insights. That is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper. Decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning. You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Friday morning. Thank God it's Friday. This is my favorite time of the week, Fridays. And of course, we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Deborah Eze. I'm definitely not doing this alone. When you see me here on a Friday, on a Wednesday, you know I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Yes. Valentine.
Right.
It's really good to do this with you.
Let's do it in a grand style. So that you know that we are, broadcasters of international repute.
So do you want like red carpets? Or do you want drums?
Lights.
So we can we have lights already. So just red carpet and drums.
That we'll do after the show.
All right. So how are you?
Very well. Slept well. Well, like they say, if you slept well, which means you didn't plan well.
Really?
But again, good sleep is important. I come with this funny dry joke sometimes, but good sleep is important. Mm-hmm. When you rest well, a rested mind obviously is a productive mind the next day. Of course. But at the end of the day, you don't want to, especially when you're young, your productive age, you want to be able to plan well, achieve a lot of things. Mm-hmm. Time in the future will come where you have to sleep that 8-10 hours. I can't remember when last I caught a good 6 hours sleep.
Yeah, that's because I think because you're hustling. I really don't think if you sleep well doesn't mean you plan well. I would sleep.
You want to sleep like 8 hours, man. Do you know by 4 o'clock in the morning, people are up already in Lagos?
3 a.m. People that work here, 3 a.m. we are up already.
So imagine you sleeping by, if you go to bed by, I don't go to bed by 9 o'clock because I know by 9 I'm still, doing all the, on my laptop writing. Exactly. So let's say you go to bed around 10, 11, which is not healthy, by the way. Right? Because they say early to bed, early to rise. Makes a man or a woman healthy and wise. But in this case, you go to bed around 10:30, thanks to Lagos traffic that holds you along the way till you get home. And then you finally do your final run arounds, within the house, 11 p.m. Then you go to bed by 11:30. Your alarm rings you and wakes you up
by 3,
4. And so you get ready. For someone like me who likes to go to the gym in the morning, I'm up in the gym by 4:30. By 5, I start working out. So you see how regimented it is.
Yeah.
And then by 6, you're still rushing down to the office.
Yeah, which is why yesterday, Shatima in a conference yesterday that he was a speaker on, he said, we Nigerians, we have no business being poor. Nigerians have no business being poor. A lot of reaction have actually sparked up from that word. And he also made reference to the fact that because we have land, some parts in Nigeria, we have land that are actually agricultural fertile, where you can actually plant things. So they say that if you plant money, you'd actually grow money in those kind of places. And that is why Nigerians have no business being poor. But certain Nigerians have come out to say, no, you don't have a right to say that we don't have any business being poor when you do not give us the basic things to actually help us not being poor.
I beg to differ.
Well, I think that's it, because the lands that he's speaking about, that where you go to, you get to plant, Benue for instance, the food basket of the nation. We understand the insecurity, the security issues that's happening there. So if you're basking on agriculture, to Nigerians not being poor, that simply means you have to put in the right things in place for us, for us not to stay poor. So you actually going to talk about Nigerians have no business being poor. It's sounding like double standard. Like you're not giving us the right things, but you have your audacity to say you don't have any right being poor.
Well, so I agree with you. At the same time, I kind of disagree with some other people who have said that he's not in line. Why have I said so? 2 major things. And look, this is not peculiar to only those who can see. Even the blind can experience it. The 2 major indicators for me will be, one, the fact that he has said Nigerians don't have business being poor. He is right. The other part, where some people tell me, oh, you've not given us the level playing field to be able to achieve things. I would say to some extent, they might also be right too. Why? We need power. 2, we need great access road. 3, we need security. So those basic things that the government is supposed to put in place. The question is, have they met us halfway? If they've done that, I will still say kudos. But there's room for improvement. For what it is, yes, we know our healthcare system is still grappling with a lot of problems, but at least we have a healthcare system. Check. Check. Then also,
I only left you for one day.
Remember, there's NHIS, right? If it's not 100% giving us what we want. But now, security now, our soldiers and our men, the gallant forces, are they battling this Boko Haram people and fighting them? Yes, they are.
And the government giving them what they need.
Another question now, which is why we have a new Minister of Defense.
It's been over time already.
At least about almost a month now. It will take a while. Now, this
that is a lot of
15
time.
years. 15 years in the run, they've been battling this thing.
And they are stronger.
Anyway, so that's one now. So check now. Check maybe it could be 50% of 100. Give them credit, because lives have been lost on the side of our soldiers. We've lost a lot of great soldiers, a lot of and it's not something that we want to take lightly at all. Families expecting them back home, they didn't come back. So Nigerian army and Nigeria as a whole, Nigerian government has done its own part in that angle. And they're still doing more. They still need to do more. There's still room forward for more. We agree. Then look at the angle of agriculture. That's the part where I think they need to step up 100%.
But that's the part where he's banking on the fact that Nigerians should not be poor because we have great agriculture in the country. So we're still saying the same thing at the end of the day.
I'm just counting all the different indicators for agriculture.
The job of the government, let's not forget, is actually to tend to the masses. That's their job, to take care of us. That's just the job. And we do our part by paying our taxes and being good citizens, abiding by the law and the order of the country or the state in which you're in, while the government actually make life easy for us. So when you're not making it easy for us, how are we, like you mentioned, anyone that is sleeping well, let's say the truth, in Nigeria, the person is a prophet.
Let's be honest. Get 8 hours of sleep.
Exactly, because your head is all over the place as to how you can make money, because nobody's coming to save you. The government is not coming to save you. When you get to the bus stop by 4 a.m., you can see lots of people struggling to go to their not up to 100,000 naira jobs. If they don't do that, they won't be able to eat. It shouldn't be like that. So he doesn't have a right to tell us we don't have a business before. That's what I think. Or maybe he would have gotten a better use of words. Because at the end of the day, the type of governing that the government actually give the masses would show in the lives of the masses. So if you're saying that some Nigerians do not have business being poor, and it means it is what the government is giving to us. That's what I believe.
Well,
all right.
Fingers crossed.
Let's now take a look at some of the headlines that we have for you this morning. And the first headline: Fubara impeachment altered as Rivers Chief Judge declines Assembly's request. And Wike sues striking FCT workers. Union refuses to back down. And also Seplat appoints Ilumelu as non-executive director after becoming largest shareholder. And the UN says 35 million Nigerians risk hunger after global funding collapse. One would think that, this Rivers State's issue would actually, by now, two grown men would have sat down and tell themselves that what is even wrong with us? Let's just trash this issue. But it's such a shame that we come every day and then it's Fubara, it's River State, it's Wike in the news. And do you think, now that they've altered the impeachment, since the chief judge has declined it, do you think this is going to rest now, or is it going to be something that will keep going on and on and on?
So, those back home, I remember someone sent a tweet and now said, weak, that's weak. And I asked myself a question. A lot of people were laughing about it. But truth be told, right? When you see issues like this, you begin to ask yourself a question. Before now, was there some form of bad blood moving forward? Because I don't see why, even after they had some kind of peace accord, right, we're still
on this
matter. And don't forget, the more they're going back and forth, some certain institutions and some certain parastatals will not work properly, whether or not we like it, even though government is in continuum. And so this is the problem now. A lot of contracts that need to be awarded and signed off, right? Because of this back and forth, putting the man under pressure. Oh, tomorrow we want to impeach you. Oh, next tomorrow we want to impeach you. Or this. It will make the man begin to ask, look, let's be honest. It will reduce his performance because some certain decisions has to be based off the fact that he is, secured when it comes to his job. And so those things will affect the state moving forward. In many ways, I can't begin to count, but one thing most definitely will affect the state because of this back and forth impeachment or no impeachment, which we know who's already fueling the back and forth, right? Is the fact that the issues surrounding free flow of funds that has to go to different parastatals to sort some certain things out will be affected. he's the chief security officer of the state. So when those people who actually have to take instructions from him are now worried that if this man doesn't sign this thing now, then what happens? Or worried that, okay, because he says worried about he might be impeached or not, let him hold back some certain funds or not sign also things to compel people. It's called being politically correct. Right. And so all those gimmicks and tricks and antics of politicians will begin to play and show, right, in the whole governing process. Will it affect due process? Yes, it will. Something that will probably take, 2-3 weeks for them to sign it off. It probably take like 2-3 months. Why? Because the government flow and order of the day is being distorted. I think for what it is, right? I'll keep asking these questions as broadcasters that we are. Can we have, governance be less expensive at the same time precise?
Right.
Can within River State, can we also see a case where we can have people understanding that for what it is for the people, by the people, and of the people, not for Wiki, by Wiki, and of Wiki, or otherwise, as the case may be. And this is not making you shit at Wiki, it's just the fact,
Anyways, let's see how it unfolds at the end of the day. Like when I said something when we started the year, I was like, the Old Rivers and Fubara issue, I'm actually here for it because it's very entertaining for me. I don't. It really is entertaining for me because now see what we're talking about. 1 minute you're trying to impeach this man, and the next minute
we hear
a different story. So it's beginning to entertain me. It's giving a River State series. So we'll see how it unfolds because at the end of the day, every series has a end. Whether it ends on episode 12 or episode 20, like it must come to an end. Right. Anyways, you get more of that story by 9 o'clock on the Business Morning segment. But we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, it's going to be the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. This is still the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television, and this is a newspaper review segment, and this is where we explore headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is
Onyeka Valentine. I'm not alone also. All right, we're not alone. We've got Mohammed. Good morning. It's really nice meeting you this morning.
Yes, it's really
I think
good
before
to
we
have
go there,
you.
maybe I'm sure you guys have had that. But yesterday was some very interesting issues happened yesterday.
Okay.
Maybe first of all would actually be the Oscars. I don't know if you watched the Oscars nomination.
Okay.
And it was actually the record was actually broken yesterday.
Okay.
And it's nominations. Okay, no, yesterday was Oscars nomination. Okay. So key movies that we actually did last year. I don't know whether you've seen it. Movies like Sinner. I was really marveled that we were able to get that nomination.
Okay.
That's the first time a movie had 16 nominations.
Wow.
Of course, we're not
Sinner
surprised because of the buzz Sinner actually like.
Sinner has generated that. So I think I watched that. I was impressed. I was impressed with Frankenstein. These are movies that did very well. But one interesting thing there was like a Nigerian was in that movie of Sinners, and she was nominated for Best Actress. I mean, she did very fantastically well. I don't know if you have seen it. And then some of those nominations that actually came on board, maybe some movies that we expected to do well didn't do well. There's this popular Netflix drama too that was amazing. They call it Demon Hunter or something, and it was really, really good. Looking at the announcement yesterday afternoon, some of those movies I saw last year, and I was actually waiting for. Most of them were nominated, I think. So I'm really, really looking out for them on March 15 when the award will actually be given out. I mean, and they would like to.
Did they mention this movie from West Africa called Rivers Buhaha?
Okay, so speaking about Rivers Buhaha, let's now take a look at the dailies. And we're starting off with our sister company, which is the Business Day newspaper, of course. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads: after 23 years, $700 million shippers fund Porter rises from the dead to end vessel financing freeze. And of course, that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have from stability to growth, Okondro-Iweala rallies federal government on jobs investment. And that's on page 29 of the Business Day newspaper. And we have courts pit Fubara against lawmakers after halting impeachment. And that is the movie from West Africa that Valentine was talking about. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have federal government confirms 152 billion naira payment to contractors amid protests. And this is after Wike has actually sued, these contractors that are actually protesting. But anyways, Mo, after 23 years, $700 million shippers fund Porter rises from the dead. That's quite an interesting headline. What do you have to say about it?
So I think the Cabotage Act, that is a groundbreaking rule that actually be able to apply to the Shippers Council in Nigeria. A lot of money has actually gone into it. And our expose today was actually able to tell us how the revival has actually been done in terms of what happened to the Nigeria Shipping Council. And when you read the particular story, it was actually mentioned there that the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund was a pool of fund to be able to help the shippers, especially those actually be able to operate on the maritime space. So what we're seeing now is that the maritime industry, the new Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy, they're trying to actually ensure that there's a revival of that fund. Yeah, the revival of the fund. And as I said, it's actually been on for the past 23 years, just like we've actually been able to report it in CVFF. So it was an act, and the government invested a particular amount of money into it right from the last time. And that was actually when the investment was actually done. But it seems that we're actually trying to be able to see the gains from that investment coming to limelight now. And that is what the Ministry of, as I said, the Maritime and Blue Economy came up with to be able to tell us what they're actually doing to ensure that there's a revival of that Cabotage Act. Remember that most of the big shippers that we have here, they still be able to rely on this foreign merchandise to bring their goods down to Nigeria. And the government is trying to see, especially since we actually be able to win ourselves away from petrol, which is actually one of the major largest exporter of goods that come into this country. And we are producing it locally. Shippers are trying to be able to look inward to ensure that there's a revival of the Cabotage Act, which allows them to actually be able to have their own vessel to ship in this product into the country, rather than actually be able to be at the beck and call of some of their foreign players. I think that's actually what the government is actually trying to be able to do there. And I think for analysis that actually reported there, I'm not sure who was the journalist that reported that. Was that Betel?
Betel, yeah.
Of course, I think that was actually Betel's
who
covered maritime. Yes,
yeah.
Beef. So it was actually, I think there was an interview we did there where a lot of them, Oyetola, Mr. Boyega Oyetola, the minister, and the Massa are trying to be able to ensure they put their feet on the ground because there have actually been successive failure to implement this Cabotage Act. This CVF, Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund, is a pool of fund where shippers can now access those funds to be able to import. And when they import those goods, as well as for export as well, through the maritime space, it is just to be able to see how it can be able to impact on average Nigerians that are actually coming here. So I think you mentioned there that Oyetola, who is actually the minister of that particular space, instructed NIMASA, particularly to actually be able to begin the preparation of the CFF disbursement to allow them actually be able to get to the shippers and that can be able to hit the burden of Nigerians. The eventual winner at the end of the day should, of course, be us Nigerians who benefit from that. So I think the last stories you read that I just to be able to point to was the protest, the fund released by the federal government for the Federal Ministry of Finance yesterday. If you remember last week, most of the project contractors protested to the Ministry of Finance in Abuja that projects they've executed since 2013, they've not been paid. Can you imagine some of them?
You know the funny thing?
We're actually speaking about this
We're talking about it before you came on board.
So there was a very big protest. But yesterday, the Minister of State for Finance, Madam Doris Nete, said that when 52 billion have actually been released to at least settle those backlogs, of what they had. It was a very big. It was actually a very, very unwholesome protest that they had last week. But she confirmed yesterday. In fact, she was blocked from entering our office. There was a video that was actually going around. They couldn't allow her to do that. But now a 152 billion payments have actually been made to those contractors.
Since 2013, don't you think it's ridiculous for them to actually put it on financial strain? Because that's the excuse that she gave. Because we are having financial strain, that's why we've been
not able to pay them
the money. And it was actually an headline that I actually read that Wiki actually sued them for actually protesting.
So the workers in Abuja. Okay, so the FCATA workers.
All right. So don't you think it's actually ridiculous to actually owe people money since 2013 for a project that's been completed, and then you now link it to financial strain as the reason as to why you're not paid.
So maybe you remember this government came in on board 3 years ago. So and it's actually you said government is a continuum. Yes. You inherit asset in the same way you get you inherit liabilities in the same way you also be able to benefit from assets. She mentioned something as well that's actually quite critical in terms of most of all these contractors as well failed to be able to execute the project to standards. Why some of them abandon the project halfway? And then finally, the need for them to be able to verify what they have done. Some of them used that particular ground to feel like this is the share of their national cake. Let them. So there was the kind of verification that contractors, yes, that is government project. Do whatever you like there. Get the money from the government. Or whatever you get there is your own share of the national cake. Some of them will just be able to abandon the project halfway. We have seen cases where the Minister of Works have had to be able to cancel contracts. Have had to revoke contracts that have been given to some of these contractors. Yes, but they are legitimate concerns, But what Deb said, which is fine, is financial strain is a factor you cannot roll out to. The government has actually complained about that. And then you will see that if you look at their scale of preference, what do you think the government will prioritize first? Is it to be able to pay these contractors, settle some other obligations that they have to do? These are balancing issues. These are competing issues that the government has to be able to deal with. But over the time past, the question we should be able to see is, out of the total amount, this was the amount that was released. The actual amount is still not yet clear as to how much is the government owing to these people. How much are they owing? 1 to 2 billion is released. What proportion of the total amount is this?
40% of outstanding.
It's 30% of 40%, okay.
Yeah.
So which is talking about 60% is actually left to actually be paid.
And you know, another thing that money leaves trails. So if such money is being disbursed, we don't want to hear that the money finds its way to destination to now lose some weight. Knowing that we have this problem with accountability.
And it's not another thing.
Tomorrow somebody now start protesting that they didn't get their money. Meanwhile, money hasn't paid.
But do you agree with Mo when he actually said, some of these contractors would actually do what they like because they feel it is their share of the national cake. I think if one actually gets a job done, you have to pay them regardless. And myself and Vali were talking about the fact that the government would actually put out a project and then people will bid for it. And then when you get somebody to actually do the project, why don't you pay them? So they can actually, because if I'm doing it for my pocket, this is just let's be real now. If I'm doing it for my pocket, good thing I actually I bid for it and the government found me worthy to actually execute the project. Now I pay for my pocket. There's only little that I can do from my pocket.
So what happens?
So why don't they disburse the money first?
So I've been in this situation before. For those who used to go bid for some jobs and then this back in the days, I did that with a friend of mine back in the day. And I remember how tedious it was. At some point, when we finally got the yellow paper, and then when the yellow paper came out, and then we got the contract, we were told that, look, this is the project now, X amount of money, right? Now, go and get funds, start it. Let us now see that you have started it, and then we'll not give the money. Well, that's it. So we're like, so how do we get money to do if we had money?
You will not
exactly. And I will not.
But remember, they are contractors.
Hold on. You will not believe it. You will not believe it. So again, that's true.
They are contractors who are expected to have a counterpart
to deliver.
It is standard.
Exactly. You must have your capital.
Your capital must be there. So it's not like any just how Tom, Dick, and Harry
are jumping.
They don't want to supply these, and let me just go there.
But still, don't you think?
Let me not give you break down. So it was strange, but at the end of the day, we now realize that there are some banks that are just there waiting for you to get this paper out, and they verify that it's legit, and they will give you the funding. But this is the problem now. They give you the funding with stringent condition that you will almost want to go to your traditionalist to make sure that job doesn't fail. Because if the job fails, they will come for you for their money.
Yeah.
And so that money you have to pay also with interest.
That's actually
so it's a whole lot, which is why you see most contractors coming down with high blood pressure.
Because at the end of the day,
most definitely.
So I think it's just a factor.
So even if it's 50%,
that's what it would be. I think it's what we call counterpart funding.
Okay.
The government will release that.
Okay.
Because I know for some of us in research, for example, that apply for research grants, we have not enough. I know they will not release 100%. Most definitely. Because it's better that the contractor to do a job as well. For example, a research we're trying to carry out now, hopefully that we get from the next day. We say, carry out this research for us. The amount, for example, is £100,000. We'll release it in 3 tranches. The first payment upfront, the record payment of let's say 33% of the money. Then when you be able to deliver this, you get the next tranche of payment and the next tranche. So I'm sure it's always there because if you look at what the contractors are complaining about, it is that they deliver some of the projects, but it's not as if they have not received anything. I think that's the question. Something has been paid to them, but maybe the total obligation has not been settled. I think that's what the problem lies. I think that what you mentioned there, I would like to talk about.
Okonjo Iweala has taxed the government to actually rally on jobs and investment.
I think so. The when we were at NESG last week, with one of the guys there, NESG last week Thursday. The Minister of Finance and the Coordinator of the Economy was there. One of the priorities he mentioned is that by the end of the decade, this government aims to bring 100 million Nigerians out of poverty. Okay, can be a pipe dream, can actually be something that is actually workable.
That's a tall order.
100 million. Don't forget that number is about 230 million, 240 million people. So they want to target this to be able to reach 100 million. How do you do that? Now they're saying we are moving away to stabilize the economy. The next thing is actually, we're talking about an economy. Stabilization is not the goal. The economy has stabilized. The next goal should be how do we create more jobs? How do we ensure shared prosperity? And how do we actually be able to ensure that investment flows in?
And
the president is of course. The president has actually been going out now. I'm sure if you look at some of the editorials that we have there, saying the president is going to Turkey again on state visit next week. And if you look at some center points of his visit, have been
how do we attract investors who come in here, and when we invest here, that will have a multiplier effect on our jobs. But the government still needs to be tasked on that. Now, the government should not just be able to pass on papers. Unemployment in Nigeria is saying that, I'm sure you find it unbelievable, quite incredible. Unemployment was 35% in 2023. When we did in 2022, 35%. When we do a calibration of the model, our unemployment fell to 4.3%. 4.3% from 33%. Because we now started using the methodology used to calculate unemployment. Before now, unemployment has a methodology of calculation. Now, to calculate that somebody is unemployed, it simply means that if you do a job, if you have a job for 1 hour per day, you are employed. Let's get that clearly. It's no longer about your income level.
Yeah.
If it is something that even if you are sweep on the road and it's 1 hour, you are calculated as employed. And every Nigerian will have one way of be able to do that. So unemployment, you can see the way it actually be able to just able to deflate all the way from the rise of 30-something%, right up to about 4.3%. So but the government should not, most of all these can actually be growth that we are witnessing, that they are jobless. So we still need to be able to push people, how can we be able to ensure that those particular growth are quite increasing? Right. And I think it is good. The Director General of WTO is also tasking government, attract more investment, ensure that there are jobs for Nigerians to do. People, at the same time too, I think that's how people to change their mentality. I was telling somebody upstairs, it was in the last week, and I was trying to be able to, I left my home around 6:30, and I have seen people at betting houses, 6:30 in the morning. When it's betting houses, all these betting houses, these are people that should be planning to go to work. And I'm talking about boys. Okay, so those are the things. Some of them would deliberate
for 1 hour.
But why could someone say early in the morning is a betting house you report to because you use 100 naira to win 100 million naira? Maybe because a Valentine who is on the mainland used 200 naira to win 1 billion, and somebody who thought like the manna will just form in heaven, and everybody will just keep using 200 to win 1 billion.
There's an algorithm that people don't understand.
And everybody
Okay.
want to do that.
You have to do
Everybody just want to be able to
use about 50 to 100 times.
Okay, before I can get that.
It's easy. It's easy for them to get the 100 naira that they can actually.
You anticipating to get 100 million.
Yes,
it's
quite easy to do.
But there's something that they're not even knowing.
Okay.
Is that time wasted costs more money than even that. Yeah. So what they don't know is why they are there doing that.
What would you have them do?
So I'm saying, like, what can you if you go out there and look for something?
Where?
Okay, so what I'm saying there is
that's a good
when
question.
Where?
Because I can't just go out there and start looking.
Now, even if it's just online, you take that time that you are trying to be able to put this particular one they call Ajasari is a Yoruba name. I don't know what they mean by that. Dog is running. And you see guys there in the morning staying on that, trying to be able to be betting on just dog money. This is not so counterintuitive and unimaginable.
You said you should go online.
So go online. I'm sure
how many of these people are literate?
So
those are the issues.
So I think honestly speaking, in trying to mitigate this whole thing, but all those numbers it boils down to one thing, which is this: that I think NOA, National Nutrition Agency, needs to do a lot of work by sending out information so that these young boys and young ladies out there, instead of going to do Ajasari or whatever I call them, we begin to invest their time in areas that the government can come later to now invest in them. Like what? Like little SMEs. They don't know these things. But Snyder is doing a lot of work saying, look, they are willing to give grants of up to 100,000 at the least best minimum. I don't know how to return back that money. 100K can start you up to something POS business. And so the whole lot.
But I said, you wouldn't blame them because at the end of the day, if you do not have a choice, and most of them that 100 naira, it could be from begging.
Okay, so if I don't give you, if I give 100 naira to someone,
if you give me 100 naira,
go and bet, right?
I can't use it to eat.
Okay, so
why can't I just bet on my chances? This 100 naira can actually give me 1,000 naira.
I lose everything as well.
What are the odds? You can't buy me food. So why not I just lose it?
But if 3 of us here, myself, yourself, Val, we try to be able to give that 100 naira for 10 of us or for 5 of us, it's 500. I
don't have the 100 naira to give.
I'm just going to say that. Can you just proliferation?
We that were actually educated, we wake up and we have where to go. Well, we don't have the 100 naira to give. That's the truth. Before you give out 100 naira, you have to be sure that your 1,000 naira is complete. You don't want it to be 900 naira.
I think we are fortunate.
I don't think it should just
to actually have a job.
Exactly.
But there are people who actually have our kind of qualifications
But
based
they
on
still
going to
don't have a
university,
job.
based on speaking as well as we do,
Yeah.
our great research, get to give our viewers great content and, information analysis, yet they don't have the opportunity.
Yeah.
So it's a
But
lot.
anyway,
But sometimes I think
we actually pressed the time.
The greed plays a factor.
Okay, let's
We'll
look
talk
at the
about
Punch. Let's look at the Punch
The Punch.
newspaper.
Okay, so I have it here.
Yeah.
It says here that Makinde rules out defection plans after meeting Tinubu. What is going on?
In fact, I don't know. Just this morning, as I was coming to the office, Adebayo released a very long-term Twitter statement about this. To say that the president, in fact, mentioned to him that if you are coming to discuss politics, the president said he was not interested. How true it was, because he was speaking like a spokesperson to the president. I'm talking about Adebayo. And then the president asked him 3 questions. One, the 30 billion you acknowledge that you have taken, what is the state of it? What happened after the bombing? That's one. 2 is some of those things that you actually be able to mention that the president will not dispense with Wiki, because there were reports that maybe he was actually there. But thirdly, he said the president actually invited him to the Aso. What transpired?
Come and have dinner.
That's for sure.
If it's only dinner, how expensive will that dinner?
It's just dinner.
I'm sure we will see. He said he never planned to be able to defend the journalist, and at the same time, he's able to contest for the presidency. The question was asked, and it was actually titled.
Why do I find it difficult to believe politicians? It's story for another day.
They can do.
Page 27 here says CG declines to probe Fubara. Speaker heads to court. Page 27.
Sorry, did we talk about that morning?
Yeah, we have.
CJ said something about
already.
my hands are tied.
Yeah.
We're supposed to consider the panel yesterday to investigate the alleged gross misconduct that was actually raised against the governor. It was funny when Justice Emmanuel, the CJ of River State, who's supposed to be able to constitute that particular committee to investigate it, decided not to be able to do that.
On an on-alignment level.
Of course, maybe with legislature. What legislature will do, they've actually threatened to be able to go to the court and appeal court to override what the chief judge of the state actually did. And then, of course, just like you said, it's a reverse brouhaha. It's always every day you wake up, you tend to be able to have one issue or the other.
And we wonder why it wasn't nominated.
Of course. Maybe not. All right. There's not been shot yet.
Let's go.
There's not been shot as a movie.
No, you're not done yet. It's ongoing. It's an ongoing series.
So
yeah.
Maybe 2027 Oscars.
All right. The script is still being written. There's a part 2 to that. Even the part 1 has not been shot. It says Supreme Court closes Kudirat Abiola's murder case. Freeze Mustafa. The Supreme Court closes Kudirat Abiola's case. Freeze Mustafa. Again, the only arm that can determine whether you are guilty or not is the court. So at this point, we can only, take their word for it, hoping that those who are supposed to have done the investigation back and forth have now said, look, no matter what it is, the dead cannot come back. This guy should be free.
Every time the guy come back, was actually free because I think some of those evidence eventually the Abiola family took them to court, and they've actually been able to exploit all the legal options that have been to them. So against the Supreme Court now, and eventually freeing Al Mustafa, who is actually second in command, the right-hand man of Major General Sonny Abacha, the late Major General then. So, I mean, that actually be able to put the case to bed.
And it is Supreme Court, which is at the highest level.
Major General Hamza Mustafa knows nothing about the death of Kudirat Abiola. I think that put the matter to rest. That's been on since 1997. 1996, 96 years.
Okay, just one more here and then I'll pass the baton to you, Debbie. It says here, U.S. demands action. I knew it. FG vows to track bandits. Says U.S. demand action. FG vows to track bandits. I will say something here. I mean, you're free to counter it, but I keep saying that no matter how secured a country or anywhere on this planet is, truth be told, it is still the same human beings that will see perpetrate crime and cause problems.
Of course.
Why am I saying this? Even if we, our strong military, because I believe our military is very strong, right, attacking this Boko Haram and defeating them 100% and defeating bandits, the question is, if our borders are not covered, they can find their way in. And it's not written bandits on their forehead. You don't even know who is who. Somebody might dress like an allergy, look sharp, look nice, dress like exactly. And dress like any culture, whatever, where you have no idea what the person is up to. So the question now is, we the citizens, right? My question now to you, we the citizens, are we even doing enough to give information to a security personnel. Okay. Because I keep telling people, it's not, this thing is not by juju. When you saying, oh, why are the security people not doing everything? They can't be everywhere at the same. Let's call a spade a spade.
That's why we also need to actually be able to collaborate with them. And I think I agree with you in that regard. You know, now, the concern now have actually been around community policing. If you see something, please say something. Don't just be able to say, oh, it's a member of our community, and we harbor such a person.
Or mind my business.
Mind my business. Come on. Look at what happened in Kaduna. The 177 or 163 people that were eventually abducted in Kaduna on Sunday last week. The people in the community in Kaju said they saw them going when they were coming to the community, and they refused to be able to come before not one the attack on Sunday, because it was a broad daylight, it was a church service. People in the community saw them trooping into the village. It was a Kaju village. Has actually been eye of the storm. They saw them going into the church, and when eventually they abducted these people, they also saw them as well. It was like after thought event, they're actually telling us. We hope that they will actually be able to get them.
Yeah.
But yesterday, the Nigeria-US Joint Military and Security Working Group met again to discuss. That started in November last year, you know, and we are seeing some positives. We're seeing some changes because the US representatives, the Nigerian National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, was also there trying to be able to mention what has been done and why Nigeria is not just seeing this as a checklist, but as something to be able to bring a positive change towards Nigeria's security architecture and our insecurity problem. While at the same time, to ensure that most of the things we are paid for, most of those arms and armaments that we want from US will not be released. The US representative there confirmed that yesterday. You know what? They will ensure that most of those we are paid for that have actually been held down, they will release them to ensure that I can be able to fight. But finally, because I read that in fact, on Tuesday, 70 of those Boko Haram members were attacked. There was an area bombardment. I think I was there with Paul, where the layer ambush is on fire. And 2 hours after that, Nigerian soldiers had area bombardment on their hideout and bombed them out. 70 of them died. Yesterday, Zagazola was actually reporting that the ISWAP group and the Boko Haram group faced each other and they killed about 20 of themselves. Their members, they fought themselves on the battlefield in Gambo. Yes, serious fighting yesterday. Just come and see dead bodies, and we can be able to see that literally on the floor. So now it appears that there is a distortion. Yes. There is actually a kind of an instability within their own ranks.
Maybe one group will say, "Come, let us go and surrender." Another group will say, "No, let's go."
The bombardment is actually coming. So it's not a Nigeria-US joint working relationship. And I think it's actually here to resolve. Let's give 6 months. I was actually saying, and let's see what our security will likely be.
My question now, I'm very clear.
Let's see what it can be.
Is it possible? Although, I mean, it's not even a question, more or less like an observation. Maybe because we see most of the arms that we want to get coming from the US, you know, is the reason why we are grappling and we're crawling to them. Whenever they say jump, we say how high. Because for what it is, I know, again, I will say this. There was a time in Africa, in Nigeria, in our history, that Nigeria was the strongest military armed force in Africa when it comes to combatant. So much that they call us, yes, they call us in the General of Africa. It was not a joke. We saved Liberia, whatever, Sierra Leone, and a lot of other, exactly, and with a lot of them. So now, reverse is almost the case. I think that even though we invest a lot of money in security, quick one, we need to begin to depend less on the US. You know why? So this way, we can hold our footing.
Just say something now. I get something. The question is, you need some of these weapons. Some of these weapons that are manufactured here, they're actually produced by all these advanced.
Can't you get from France? Can't you get from Russia?
No, you
can't you get from Germany?
But you know, even
must it carry the US flag for
actually France, most of all these countries to support Ukraine now still rely on US to supply them most of those weapons. So I think it's always like that. Russia is a pariah international community. So, but if you look at this joint working group we're talking about here, I think it's a committee of equals. It's not like as if we are beholden to them. Like, oh, we're just at the beck and call. Yes, okay. I can tell you.
US demands actions.
I know it's
when it comes to the US and Nigeria, Val has its own positions about it, and it can't be changed. It's personal.
So this was about people that were adopted.
Anyway, let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. We're pressed for time. We have to move on to the cartoon of the day. What do we have on the cartoon of the day? We have a family, husband and wife, who were actually watching TV. And on the TV screen, we have somebody say, yes, we can confirm that 17 Christian worshippers were abducted in Kaduna. And then the husband said, but why do you show denial? And then the wife responded, if I were a screwdriver seller, I would say they wanted to give the abductors enough time to escape. This is actually
I'm sure you remember the
very
screwdriver
deep.
scandal
Of course,
that came
of
out on
course.
Monday.
Yeah.
But I still don't. I don't know. I might actually be wrong. But I think we overflogged that particular issue of initial police denial. When we look at Kaju, from one house to another is almost like about 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers, like if you meet one house here, you have to travel almost like going to Lekki, another one. So it's such a remote community that before the information will fly out there, it might take time. So the police initially felt like to avoid a situation where we are raising unnecessary alarm, we are becoming an alarmist. Look at yesterday, there was something happening in our newsroom here. I'm just able to tell you, I'll probably confirm it today, that there was a security report that they said they want to kidnap students in some schools, particularly some schools that were mentioned. The initial information that came out to us was like Corona School and Green Spring. And if you just people and report that story like that,
you can't do that.
before you even know it was not Green Spring, there was no Green Spring in Lekki campus, but it was fine, one Green Spring and the Grange School. It was actually in the news throughout today now. But some of those stories that you have to be careful. There was denial. I remember I had to call my wife at home because very close to my house that there was a report flying around here in our newsroom here that there was a WhatsApp chat that they are coming to kidnap students or there is a bomb threat
in some certain schools.
And it was like, she was like, they are there. Nothing is happening here. Everything is calm. People are coming and going out. Before we now confirm the story, later in the evening, that night, there was actually the Green Spring mainland campus, mainland annex, and then the Grange School. They call it school Grange. Those on the island will know that. That here there was a WhatsApp message on Wednesday that somebody, an unknown person, threatened the school. And Nigerian police have deployed themselves there. They are there this morning, they were yesterday. The school that were, those two schools were shot. But
don't you think instead of
denial,
instead of outrightly denying it, can't you say something else? Like, okay, maybe we're working on information, and we're trying to get information. Exactly.
You would have just said,
instead of denying it and then coming back to say, okay, we can now confirm it. Anyways, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take on the newspaper review. Thank you so much, Valentine, and thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, you're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Morning. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to the Business Morning segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The Chief Judge of Rivers State, Chibuzo Amadi, has declined to constitute a 7-member investigative panel to probe allegations of gross misconduct against Siminalayi Fubara, the state's governor, and Ngozi Udu, his deputy, citing subsisting court orders restraining him from taking such actions. In a letter dated January 20, 2026, and addressed to the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, the Chief Judge acknowledged receipt of 2 separate requests from the legislature seeking the appointment of an investigative panel under Section 188, subsection 5 of the 1999 Constitution. The letter stated that the requests were received on January 16, 2026, alongside voluminous documents on the subject matters, while it was constrained from acting due to interim injunctions issued by the Rivers State High Court. Quoting directly from the court's orders, Amadi said they restrained him from receiving, forwarding, considering, and/or, however, acting on any request, resolution, articles of impeachment, or other document or communication from the Assembly for the purpose of constituting an investigative panel for 7 days. And moving on, the Federal Capital Territory has approached the National Industrial Court over the ongoing strike by the workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, taking legal action against the Joint Unions Action Committee. The strike began on Monday after workers of the FCTA and the Federal Capital Development Authority allowed a 7-day ultimatum to lapse, disrupting activities across several government offices in Abuja. Operations at the FCTA Secretariat were altered, prompting the deployment of operatives of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps and the Nigerian Police Force to restrict access to the complex. The claimant at the FCT Minister at the FCTA, while the defendant at the JUAC President, Rifkatu Lotea, and the Secretary General Abdullahi Saleh sued in their representatives' capacity. And still on, the Nigerian billionaire Tony Elumelu has been appointed as a non-executive director of Seplat PLC, WICS, after his energy company, Eris Energy, became the oil firm's largest shareholder in a deal worth $500 million. The appointment, announced on Thursday in a filing with the Nigerian Exchange Limited, follows the resignation of Seplat's former non-executive director, Olivia Claret de Langevat, effective 22nd January 2026, after a 6-year run of providing strategic technical counsel and invaluable insight that have materially supported the company's progress. Elumelu, the founder and chairman of Airs Holdings, a diversified investment company with interests across strategic energy, power, banking, insurance, technology, real estate, hospitality, and healthcare, is expected to assume the position immediately. And to end the news, the United Nations has revealed that nearly 35 million Nigerians are at risk of hunger this year, including 3 million children facing severe malnutrition following the collapse of global aid budgets. Speaking at the launch of the 2026 humanitarian plan in Abuja, Mohammed Fall, United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator, says the long-dominant foreign-led aid model in Nigeria is no longer sustainable, adding that the country's needs have grown. In his words, conditions in the conflict its northeast are dire, with civilians in Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe State facing rise in violence, while surging suicide bombings and widespread attacks killed more than 4,000 people in the first 8 months of 2025, matching the total of all of 2023. And still to come after the break, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we have the conversation. Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. The International Monetary Fund has raised Nigeria's economic growth forecast for 2026 to 4.4%, up from an earlier projection of 4.2%. This upgrade reflects improving macroeconomic conditions and renewed confidence in the economy after a series of reforms, including fiscal restructuring and exchange rate adjustment. If realized, this growth rate could be among the fastest Nigeria has seen in years, a development that could shape investor sentiment, government policy, and private sector planning going into 2026. And with us today to break down what this means for ordinary Nigerians, businesses, and the broader economy is Samuel Oyekomi. He's a research and insight lead at Nuremberger Financial Group. Welcome to the program, Samuel. It's good to have you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, now take us through the basic explanation of the forecast and the drivers. Now, can you explain what it means when the IMF raised a country's growth forecast, and why did Nigeria's projected 2026 growth move from 4.4 or move to 4.4%?
Yeah, I think basically it's based on analysis of what is currently happening in the Nigerian economy and then projections as to some of the expectations going into 2026. Remember that we were coming from 2025. We saw some form of stabilization in terms of the economy. Inflation had moderated. In terms of balance of payments and other current accounts, we've also been favorable in terms of that. Also, foreign trade has also been quite positive for us. Things around exchange rate also relatively stable. On the back of that, the expectation is that 2026 offers some form of better growth. And again, don't forget that there was a rebasing exercise earlier last year that pretty much adjusted a huge part of our measures in terms of sectorial allocations and whatnot. And the combination of that had suggest that the economy is primed to grow faster than what we had seen last year. Last year, the expectation is that the economy grew within the region of 4 to 4.1%. Of course, the expectation is that we should be doing more than that. Election is also coming in 2027. We also anticipate increased spending. So I think it's quite logical that the economy should of course grow faster than what we have seen in recent years, and I think that's quite positive both for businesses, individuals, and particularly government going into the year.
So let's look at the historical growth performance. How significant is a 4.4% growth outlook for Nigeria compared with the past years, and what does it tell us about the current economic momentum?
Yeah, I think 4.4 is quite significant. We've not seen such significant growth in recent years. For 2025 or 2024 now, numbers that we have is just a little less than 3.5%. And before that, we had suffered a whole lot from COVID-19, recession in 2016, and a whole lot around those regions that had seen real GDP pretty much declined or moderated, and in some cases even contraction. So having a 4.4 growth, I think that's quite significant. Of course, that's still a far cry from what the government would ideally project. I've seen one of the documents by the Ministry of Finance at some point last year projecting 7% growth. Because if you are attaining to reach $1 trillion economy by 2030, 4% growth would definitely not cut it. But is that really a good one? Yes, it is a positive one. And I think that is also going to rally foreign investors, especially direct investors, to look at the Nigerian market. By the time they start looking at the sub-Saharan region, Nigeria should pop up as one of those potential regions where they could move their portfolios in anticipation of greater returns compared to other peers in the region.
Right. So, which sectors of the Nigerian economy are expected to actually drive this growth? Are we looking at the services? Are we looking at agriculture, oil and gas, manufacturing, or tech?
Well, I think it's a combination of all, but of course, we don't expect a significant shift from what we've seen before now. Before now, growth has largely been driven by services sector, particularly banking and or the entire financial services sector, and then telecommunications. We've also seen some level of growth in some areas around oil refining, of course, with the operationalization of Dangote refinery. We've also seen mining. I think those will remain mainstay, But going into 2026, I think we would see a lot more interesting sectors pop up. Areas like entertainment, the digital economy, and blue economy also. I think also an interesting part will be professional services, especially because of this new tax law. I think a lot of businesses will now understand and appreciate the value of having tax experts and professional services around, and I think there's going to be a significant boom in that sector. I'll bet it's quite small when it comes to contribution, but I think we should expect significant growth from that sector alongside the other mainstay that we've had before now for 2026. And I think that's going to be quite interesting, because what you'd see is a shift from the norm of banking. Of course, that will continue to grow, the norm from telecoms, and you start seeing some other smaller sectors of the economy start driving growth trajectory. And I think that is also good going forward if we want to be able to have a well-rounded and diversified economy where growth is experienced across the curve rather than in some concentrated regions where there might not be as much elasticity for employment as you would want.
Okay, so how much of let's move to the IMF emphasis on reforms. So how much of this improvement forecast is linked to the recent policy reforms? And the policy reforms I'm talking about the exchange rate unification, the fiscal measures, and the subsidy changes.
Well, I believe that the reforms have been quite instrumental. Yes, when we started with them, they were quite inflationary. They drove prices higher. But I think having stabilized in 2025, the reform have now set a base for which Nigeria can now experience significant growth. That is contingent on the fact that we maintain them, and then there is also the political will to ensure that we see through to the end. But I think, yes, the reform has been quite instrumental. The stability we've seen in the exchange rate market had driven a lot more inflows in terms of FX, most, of course, still from portfolio investors. But that has been a cushion, right, to be able to stabilize the exchange rate. We've seen foreign reserves also pretty much grow by almost $5 billion in 2025, and is expected to move further in that direction. Inflation has moderated. Of course, most of it is as a result of base effect and the rebasing exercise, but prices of food have also moderated compared to where we are coming from. There seems to be a level of confidence associated with the economy. We've also seen quite a number of reforms, even away from the fiscal reforms. We've seen reforms that are targeted at different industries, recapitalization exercise for the banking industry and the entire financial services as a whole. A number of these reforms have pretty much set a base that can drive growth. Of course, I would expect that a lot more needs to be done, because at November we're doing some form of analysis to assess the impact of some of these policies since 2023, and we still see that quite a number of them have not really lived up to their potential. And I think that's where we should be heading to, how some of those reforms that are still laggards or we've not been able to capitalize on them, how we can ensure that we start driving implementation to the point that they also contribute to robust growth. I think that way we can be able to achieve better growth going into the year and even beyond that.
Okay, so let's look at the business confidence and investment for the Nigerian businesses. What opportunities does this upgraded growth forecast create for them, especially in terms of investment and credit?
I think it's more of it's pretty much like a circle, right, between both. It's not just about the projection providing opportunities for business. Of course, what it does generally is that it gives confidence to business owners to be able to do business in anticipation that there's going to be increased economic activities. But of course, it is those increased economic activities by these businesses that will drive that growth. If everyone sits idle, we will not achieve that 4.4%. So I think it's pretty much both working hand in hand. For businesses, you would understand that when you have some form of projections like that from credible institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, which pretty much aligns at 4.4% at this point, it gives level of confidence that we would have a lot more even external players come into the economy to play. There's a lot more confidence for businesses to put their monies on the ground and then drive expansionary activities in the country. What that does for even small businesses is that there's going to be a lot more turnover. So I might as well increase business. I might as well invest more in my business, do a lot more businesses. That way, you drive more turnover and then increase margin. So I think it's a function of confidence for business owners, but understanding that it is actually the business activities by these owners that would drive that 4.4%. So it's more like a psychological effect. But I expect that to drive confidence. And what we've seen from CBN data in recent time has been that business confidence index has pretty much been quite bullish. The PMI numbers have also been quite astronomical, of course, compared to where we are coming from. It's been around 56, 57 index points in recent time. And I think that's quite good. That offers some form of confidence for businesses going forward. And I think that should help do the trick in driving that 4.4 even more than that growth in 2026.
All right, let's look at the downside risk. What are the potential risks that could derail this forecast? Global headwinds like energy prices or geopolitical tensions really danger Nigeria? Are they dangers that Nigeria must watch out for?
Of course, I believe they are. For every projection, there are always downside risk. And for Nigeria, because of our exposure to the global market, we are not isolated from that. Crude oil prices is projected to decline by something around 7% to be around $60 per barrel for the year. Of course, a huge part of our revenue source is from international crude oil prices. Our production have also not lived up to expectations, so that's a risk. Things around trade uncertainty also, we've seen a lot of Donald Trump's actions last year, and it doesn't seem like he's stopping 2026. He continues to poke some bears around the world, and that could also impact Nigeria's trade agreements and whatnot. So those are risks from the external side. But internally also, like I mentioned, 2027, so 2026 is a penultimate year to an election. And oftentimes there are always a lot of activities associated during this period where there might be some form of FX hoarding, increased demand for FX, and that could impact the exchange rate and, of course, impact prices. And as a result of that, could have some other form of effect on the general economy. So we also have insecurity that is still a major issue in Nigeria. So a combination of all these pretty much are still threats to those projections. But if we could also take anything from the recent trend, is that we might still be able to navigate those headwinds and still be able to achieve that level of growth.
Samuel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I lost audio. I didn't get your question.
All right. So I said that you can agree with me that inflation and unemployment remains a key concern for most households here in Nigeria. So how do growth projection like this relate to real living standards for ordinary Nigerians?
Yeah, I think generally, right, the conversation has been that, yes, we've seen good growth in terms of the Nigerian economy for 2025. Things are stabilizing. But we need to now start moving away from those macro positives into micro benefits for Nigerians. And I think it is quite important that government start looking at how they translate some of these macro gains into benefits for businesses and individuals. Cost of credit is still relatively high. Unemployment, as of last reported, of course, is still, even through the restructuring, is still high at over 4%. We still have quite a number of bottlenecks impacting businesses. We have things around multi-taxations, high cost of borrowing, we have things around insecurity, and several of them impacting businesses, right? And that those remains pretty much issues that the government really needs to start tackling. As much as you have good projections for GDP growth, we need to look beyond that and see how that can translate to benefit for businesses. The Ministry of Finance and the CBN came up with the disinflation strategy, that's DGAS, in a bid to drive inflation to single digits and then drive at least 7% growth in the economy. What are the implementation plan for us to start seeing that being implemented, and beyond that, for individuals and businesses to start feeling the impact of those policies, I think it's quite important that the government start looking towards those directions.
Okay, so how should the government use this projection? Do you think they should use it as a planning tool for budget priorities, for revenue mobilization, or for public investment?
I think government already have their plans, right? They already have their budgets already. I think their growth budget is somewhere around 5% for the year, and I believe they would definitely want to work towards in line with that, start driving the implementation and their strategy around that growth. Of course, there is always a consideration when both the CBN, the Ministry of Finance, when they make their plans, they look at different stakeholders in terms of their projection. They look at CBN numbers, the IMF numbers, the World Bank numbers. They also look at their own numbers in order to make plans. So I am very sure that IMF 4.4% projection is also going to be one of those considerations. But I know very well that they have their own plan. And if for anything they want to be able to achieve their $1 trillion economy, I think they should be driving towards achieving more than that, especially with the rebasing exercise that has pretty much restructured how the sectoral allocations look like, which means that we can start seeing some more significant growth in some of those industries that we probably did not pay attention to before now, especially most that will find themselves in the informal sector. I believe that we should be gunning for more than that if the government is serious about achieving a well-rounded, astronomic real GDP growth as we move towards 2030.
So what role do foreign investors play in achieving this forecast? Are we seeing more interest in the Nigerian market right now?
Yeah, from all indications, yes. We've seen quite a lot around portfolio investors, right? Of course, those are hot money. You might not really use that to rely. You can't use that to measure what economic growth trajectory is going to look like. But for whatever it's worth, we've seen quite a lot of attention around portfolio. We had a Eurobond issuance last year, and it was significantly oversubscribed. We have also seen a lot more participation even in the money market through the OMO. But beyond that, also foreign direct investment have also improved compared to COVID regions where they fell to 10-year low and all that. We've seen some improvements, right? And I think the goal now will be to capitalize on that and see how that expands. In recent years, we've seen quite a number of divestments from the Nigerian market, either through the oil and gas industry or even the pharmaceuticals. We've also seen indications of some of those FDIs returning into the market, but it's not quite enough because you need this foreign direct investment to drive economic growth. Beyond that, you also need it to create jobs in the economy. So how do we now ensure that the market is positioned well? Of course, the policies are already in place. The reforms are in place. Exchange rate is stable. We have easy entry and easy exit in terms of exchange rate. There's still issues around insecurity. How do we combat insecurity such that businesses can now operate without the fear of being kidnapped or being whatever, killed? And away from that also, we want to look at the incentives for foreign investors to bring businesses into Nigeria, tax incentives, trade incentives, imports and all that. What are the incentives that we have around how foreign players can also come into Nigerian economy and play? And beyond that also, domestic players also, what are the incentives for domestic investors to also be able to equally participate in the Nigerian market and compete favorably compared to other guys that are coming abroad? I think a combination of that can help drive growth. But yeah, it's a good indication that foreign investors generally are now looking the size of Nigeria, and hopefully that continues.
So some analysts argue that GDP growth on paper doesn't always translate into the real improvements for citizens. So how do you think policymakers can ensure that this forecast would benefit more Nigerians?
I wouldn't say that they should look at forecasts benefiting Nigeria. Of course, when you want to assess GDP from a micro point of view, you don't just look at GDP. You want to look at GDP per capita. How does it impact an average Nigerian, right? And that number is terrible. If you look at the African ranking, Nigeria probably ranks somewhere around 20 something as of last calculated. So of course, it's abysmal for an economy that is one of the top 3 or top 5 largest economy in Africa. But how do we ensure that these macro gains translate into benefits for an average person? I think I mentioned that earlier, right? Government really needs to start seeing how you tackle some of those issues that impacts an average person on the road. One of them is infrastructure. The estimation is that annually we have an infrastructure deficit of somewhere around $100 billion. And projected in the next 20 years that it is somewhere around 30 trillion, right? Huge amount of money. How do we now ensure that we get the right revenue to finance the right infrastructure that can benefit businesses? We don't see that much in the plan. Yes, we keep borrowing money, but how do those borrowing really translate into benefit for Nigerians and businesses? We've not really seen those plans, right? And beyond plan, we need that political will to see through that some of these very nice plans on paper translate to gains for an average person. An average person was buying petrol for less than $200 per liter just 3 years ago, and now we're buying it somewhere around 800 to 900. So it means that cost has pretty much multiplied in 4 places. But income has not. Minimum wage moved from 30,000 to 7,000. That's about 1.2x, right? Whereas cost has moved by about 4x. So there's a huge discrepancy between how benefits have increased compared to how costs have increased. So there needs to be a bridge. There needs to be how the government pretty much, tries to cover that, bridge that gap, and ensure that there is social trust, because we keep talking about tax reform and whatnot. If there is no social trust, Nigerians will continue looking for ways to circumvent the process and avoid paying taxes. But when there is that social trust, that these government are accountable for the monies that is putting in their own coffers, I think we'll see some level of improvement. And that's just all we need. Government really needs to get their acts together, let the people see that they are actually putting their money where their mouth is. And then I think every other thing follows it.
All right. Samuel, before I let you go, looking ahead to the rest of 2026, in just a few seconds, what are the key indicators we'll be watching to see if this 4.4% projection becomes a reality? In just a few seconds.
For me, I'll continue to look at inflation. I'll continue looking at trade numbers, investment also in terms of both domestic and foreign investment. If I look at those three, I think that should give an indication. And then PMI numbers also give some form of leading understanding on how the economy is going to perform going forward.
All right. Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Samuel Oyekomi is the Research and Insight Lead at Norumberger Financial Group. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, still to come after this break, the creator economy, how digital platforms are reshaping entertainment business. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and
Talks Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable allow, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation this morning. And we'll be looking at the creators' economy, And with us this morning is Anthony Udugwa, and he's the entertainment desk head here, right here at Business Day Television. Good morning, Anthony. It's good to have you on the Business Morning.
Hi, good morning. It's nice to be here. Thank you for having me here.
All right, Anthony, let's now set the stage. This is a very interesting conversation. So explain to us what we mean by the creator economy and why is this such a big deal for the entertainment industry today, or for entertainment in general today?
Okay, thank you for asking. So today, the creator economy is basically huge. It's been a huge thing for the entertainment space. It's basically, when we define the creator economy, basically it talks about, it's an ecosystem where content creators, like independent content creators, like YouTubers, podcasters, TikTok influencers, filmmakers, also music artists, they monetize their creative works directly through the digital platforms. We have the likes of YouTube, Spotify. They monetize their creative work through these platforms, and by the way, bypassing the traditional gatekeepers such as the studios, radio stations, TV channels that we had back in the day, and even presently. This is also a big deal for the entertainment industry because it has enabled democratization of content production, from the production itself to the distribution, and it has enabled niche audiences to thrive in this in content creating space as well. Yeah.
So how would you say digital platforms has changed the traditional entertainment business model? Especially now I'm looking at the role of these labels, the studios, and also the media houses.
So basically, it's changed a lot. We can say that digital platforms such as Spotify and YouTube and even Netflix as well have shifted, like there's a power shift. It's no longer what we used to know about if we think a decade ago, where creators would just most likely go to the radio stations, or basically a musician will go to Alaba to have to basically market his creative works. So basically, here we have Spotify, we have YouTube, we have Netflix, and this has been like a way by which record labels no longer operate as though they own. If you go to the music space, record labels don't no longer operate like they own the artist. Right now, it seems like they are partnering the artist, because when creators have this direct contacts with their audience, and they sell and they promote their stuff online, we see the likes of we see companies, or basically, let me just to stick to music for right now. We see the likes of record labels now coming as partners with these with these artists, with these creators, coming together to see how they can monetize and boost the talents that they have. So it's no longer, oh, we are coming and working under this person. They are now coming as partners. So this we have seen in different media houses as well. It's changed a lot, basically, in terms of streaming platforms like Twitch, like TikTok. We see people, these content creators, now monetize their own stuff by basically the audience are now maybe supporting the artist. And as well, we also see we see how businesses come in to change the landscape. They do a sponsored partnership with these creators to help them to promote their stuff on their page or on their different platforms. So it's an enabling environment for both business and talents themselves. So it's changed a lot in digital space. Yeah.
All right, Anthony, from your experience, what are the most reliable ways creators are making money online today?
So from my experience, I don't really have a personal experience per se, because I'm not a content creator, but whereas I am basically a journalist that have reported on the space for a while. So from my observation, I would say it's the most reliable ways of the most reliable monetization is basically through paid platforms like YouTube, then also sponsored content from brands as well who are working together with these content creators. It has also created like an avenue for them to explore their creative space in a way to sell themselves and the brand that they're working with. So this comes in as a game changer for the industry. And we also have the direct fan support. We have those, for, as I said in my previous response. If you go on Twitch, you go on TikTok, you see fan support. It just maybe they're just the creators are just doing their stuff, and you see the fans basically gifting them with gifts, and it basically turns to money in their bank accounts. So basically, it's a leverage and experience and the way by which these content creators have been making a whole lot of money these days. Yeah.
All right, you can agree with me that there's this there's this notion that many people think popularity automatically means profit. But why isn't that always the case? Because some of those creators have come out to say, I'm popular, but I'm not making money from this. So why do you think that is always the case?
Popularity is not the case. I've been to several several events where we have these roundtable talks about why popularity don't just sell you as a brand. Because as a creator, be it an actor, be it a musician, be it just a content creator, a comedian, you are a brand on your own. So as a brand, you have what you're selling to audiences, to the audience, and also what you are indirectly pitching to people that want to partner with you, brands that would like to partner with you. So these people would like to see audience engagement. You wouldn't just want to see someone who has like 1 million followers, but doesn't really say much, just because it doesn't really engage with his fans, doesn't really engage with the audience. So it's not by having 1 million followers. If you go on platforms like Twitch, I went on that yesterday, and I was seeing in a website where I saw the list of top 25 most followed Twitchers, if I call them. Basically, you will see that some people have 5 million followers, but they're not as engaged as those that have 200K followers, 500K followers. It's very important. And when you see these 500K followers, they have brands that come into them and leverage them because they know that, yes, this is yielding, they all look at the ROI. Basically, businesses look at the ROI. So it's kind of like a disconnect when you have so much popularity, but you're not engaging with the audience. Your content does not engage the audience. Again, what basically happens, or why popularity is not the measure, is because if you just do the generic things as a content creator, most people will not engage with you, no matter how much you try to push it. You just have to be different. You have to own your own space. You have to own your own thing and your own brand. As I said earlier, as a creator, you are a brand. So you have to do what sets you apart from other people. If not, most people will just look at your content and they will be overwhelmed with your content and move on to the next one because they have already placed against you at the end of the day. So it's most likely that content creators not only have the followers, but they engage and they put out good content that would not only bring the audience, but will bring the brands to partner with you, because that is the only way they make their money. So if they do this consistently, it's going to yield profit. But as someone who basically is just popular for nothing, you are popular for the wrong reasons per se, and you're not engaging with the content, you're not engaging with your audience, brands will not come to you because brands know what they want to associate with. And so I think that is one of those are some of the disconnects when it comes to popularity and profits. Yeah.
All right. So speak to us about the role data, and also, like you mentioned, apart from brand having to you attracting brands, speak to us about the role that data, followers, and engagement analytics actually play in these brand deals and also investors.
So I think data is very important. Data is very important because if you look at the metrics, it's not just about followers and all. It's basically it's a metrics of your follower growth, your engagement rates, and also audience insights. All these are we can get this through Google Analytics. The tools that Google provides for all of these things to happen. it's basically the ones that it favors those that have high engagement. Data is very important because this is where brands come in. This is where they look at as people who want to sell their stuff through these influencers. You know, the return on investment potential is huge if you have if your content drives engagement. These companies want to know where they are pouring their money into and how is it going to return back to them. So the data is very important, not just for them, but if you're also a musician, an artist, data is important when it comes to Spotify or Apple Music. You have the data analysis where you can track who listens to your music more. Then you go there and do like a live show to engage with the fans physically and also get more money because this is very important for them. In the movie scene as well, for those that are on the platforms like YouTube, they also have this data analysis where they have to sit down and see who watches our content more. Do we do more of this content or do we do less of it and go to the other one? And this will help them to grow their follower base and grow their view count as well. So data is very important when it comes to things like this because it helps brands and investors to understand where they are putting their money into. For instance, for example, when we had Omoni Oboli's last film, it was kind of like for creatives, it was a nightmare when it comes to advertisements. Basically, she used her movie to sell a lot of brands. You know, I won't mention names, but if you watch the movie, you would know, you would see it. So these are avenues for creators to sell themselves, and because they've seen that the last movie she did was quite well, it's had like over 15 million views if I'm even being very nice, But this is where they so they say, okay, if they can get 15 million people to watch this film, then obviously we should partner with this person so that we can have our brands being advertised in this particular film. For creators who basically for filmmakers, it might be like a no because they don't sell merchandises and do adverts in movie scripts. But on the commercial side, it's for the creator herself and for whoever is also doing that. It's a way to get more money, not just from YouTube or not just from the platform, but also from brand investors. So having data is very important.
All right, so talk to us about the common mistakes that you see those creators make when they're trying to turn their content into a business.
So first of all, very importantly, some few mistakes I've observed is the lack of legal and structure, the lack of structure, and the legal ways of trying to secure your intellectual property. A lot of artists, a lot of filmmakers, even content creators as well, they miss this a lot, and it's quite sad to see that in this part of the world we don't understand the value of intellectual property, copyright, and trademarks. These are very important things that we miss out here in the part of the world. That's one of the common mistakes because at the end of the day, when if you look in the music space, if I want to delve through the music space, you see that in the 2000s and early 2010s, music artists didn't really understand intellectual property. Producers too, maybe they just go to the studio or they sign a deal with the label heads. They don't know the contract that is being signed and that the contract that is being set in that deal. They just sign off and that's it. And maybe in the next 5-10 years, you see that you've signed off your rights, and it's a sad one because you want to build wealth with your talents, but at the end of the day, you figured out that you signed a deal, and the law will basically work against you if you don't check those deals out. So, as a creator, one of the first things I basically tell my creator friends who are just entering into the space is to get a lawyer. Right now we have people who are intellectual property lawyers, entertainment lawyers, music lawyers. These people are these are the people that help the creators to know their rights. In terms of copyright, in terms of trademarks. Businesses too also need that legal. Everybody needs to lawyer up, so that when push comes to shove and when it's time for you to understand, oh, my right has been infringed on, someone has used my intellectual property, you can as well just go to court and you win your case. If it's something that just 2 weeks ago, if an artist like a sculptor, we had one of my friends we had to purchase an artwork from a sculptor, and in the paperwork we saw that if the buyer, that's the person that is getting the sculpture, if he has to use this particular artwork for a film or for a music video or whatever, the person who made it, that's the artist herself, is going to gain from that. The money that is being used, because it's basically stated she's the owner of that intellectual property. Whether you bought it or not, she has the right to run. This is something that most creators miss out on, and they miss out on a huge number of cash, or returns when the deal comes down. So basically, another mistake I see is repetitions. When it comes to creative ideas as well, people are still, they just do the bare minimum. They're not creative enough. They do what everybody has already seen. It's not viable for the creative market. You have to be distinct in your talent. You need to separate yourselves from every other person. So at the end of the day, when brands look at you, they know that, okay, fine, you have a niche audience, and they partner with you because of your niche audience and your engagement. So if someone that is doing just the regular things would not thrive at all. And these are the mistakes that make people to drop out after the start. When they pick up their lighting and their cameras, you see after like some months they stop because they're not seeing anything. Not just because they're tired, but because they're not seeing the repercussion. They're not being truthful to their own craft. So those are the two mistakes I see.
All right. So finally, what does the future look like? Are we just getting started with the creator economy, or is the market already crowded?
So I would say for that, we have we have AI right now. AI is driving a lot of changes in the creative space. We have, for the music industry, we have that going on. There's going to be some debates. It's a creative industry, yeah, but we see AI, in the creative space. People are trying to leverage on that. Nobody wants to be left behind. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Then in terms of intellectual properties too, in this part of the world, I see that a lot of people are learning to understand the legal systems behind the creative work. So we would have more people lawyering up, educating themselves on the intellectual property, copyrights, and trademarks. And that's basically where, these are the trends I see, going forward. AI, then more on intellectual property. Then I think in terms of structure as well and infrastructure, the governments are opening their eyes to see that the creative space is something they should take more seriously. So if not this year or next year, there might be more funding in terms of getting people or getting creators to, it to be a more sophisticated space for creators to basically thrive. So that's what I see in the coming years.
For your time on the Business Morning Show. Anthony Uduba is the entertainment editor right here at BusinessDay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at the IMF raising Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast to 4.4%. And also we looked at the creator economy, how digital platforms are shaping the entertainment business. The breakfast show continues with the big story. After this break, I am Deborah Eze. To stay tuned.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Full insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Welcome back. You're still watching The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television, and this is the Big Story segment. I am Deborah Eze. Across the world, many immigrants arrive in new countries with strong qualifications and years of experience, yet struggle to find roles that truly reflect their skills. This morning, we are asking why that happens and what it takes to succeed. And joining us is Ayo Owoduni, is a Canada-based management consultant, executive coach, and culture transformation expert. Thank you so much for your time, Ayo. It's good to have you here.
It's a pleasure being here. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. When people hear the term skilled immigrants, they assume opportunity should follow naturally. Now, from your experience, what does that often, or why does that not often, happen in new job market?
I do think it's important for every skilled immigrant to be aware that because you were skilled in your country, you have years of experience, you have the certifications, you have the background. By the time you move into a new place, for example, Canada, many times those experiences and skills are not recognized. Not because you're not smart enough, not because you're not competent enough or qualified enough, simply because this country, though at the federal government level, they recognize those skills, and that was what brought you in. But at the corporate level, this is something that is new to them. That is slowly changing and evolving here in Canada as more companies are getting exposed to Nigerians, our background, our work ethic, but many times people are simply not aware. So on our end, what I usually advise people is, what is a qualification, what is a certification, a program that they know of and they're aware of, and they respect, that you can pick up that is equivalent to what you're bringing from Nigeria, so to speak. And that helps you in terms of your transition a lot faster and better. But many times we all assume, and now remember, this is a generic advice, it's not necessarily for everyone, but we all assume because you have your ICANN certification or your HR certification from Nigeria or even from the US, when you come into a new country, it is automatically received. That is not the case. You need to find out what is important to them. You need to find out what they translate as important and successful, and you need to do your part in ensuring that you acquire some of those skills. It ends up taking maybe 1 year to be able to do that, but I always guarantee people it improves your chances. It's not automatic selection, but it improves your chances significantly of you getting that job. Another piece which I'll come back to, I'll pass it back to you, would be the importance of networking and showing what you know to people that need to know that you know those things.
All right. So beyond qualifications and experience, what are the hidden barriers that the skilled immigrants typically underestimate when they are entering a new workplace environment?
I would say the importance of networking, as I was mentioning earlier on, because, for example, growing up in Nigeria, you have a large network, your aunties, your uncles, your brother, your sister, that pastor in your church, that person in your mosque. All of those people are able to open doors for you in one way or another. If we all go back in our journeys, we know that somebody opened the door, pulled us up to that next level. It's the same thing over here, where you need to know someone, you need to have those connections. But many times when we move into a new country, we don't have that kind of relationship as we used to in our previous world. So that ends up being a hidden barrier. And I always challenge people to put together a very active plan to build a strong network. Another key thing is the workplace culture. There's a great book by Matt Adolphe called The Canadian Workplace Culture. I always encourage every new immigrant to read when they come to Canada, because it just, puts side by side the culture of the Canadian context and then within the Nigerian context as well. So I'll give you a quick example. Nigerians, we are direct in our speaking. A Canadian is more indirect, and you have to go interpret what they're trying to say. And I know many times I've been on the butt end of many jokes because I did not fully understand because they were not direct with me. But it might sound quite simple, but it's a really complex theory where at the end of the day, someone is telling you something to your face, giving you feedback, and you're not even aware of what they're really saying because you cannot read in between the lines. So the importance of networking and building that relationship, if you don't have it, it's a barrier. The importance of understanding the culture, if you don't have it, it is a barrier. I know of a story of a Nigerian, a Canadian had called into the office and called out sick. And this Nigerian, who was the manager, said, "You better find your way to come to the office." And of course, that manager was let go of really quickly because they were reported to HR. So little nuances in communication, little nuances in culture context can hold you back in so many critical ways.
All right, so how much of this struggle is about culture, communication style, like the example that you actually gave, and understanding the unspoken rules of how organization really works?
A lot of it can be complex. It's a lot of those different things. It is, number one, knowing people. Number two, knowing the right people in the right positions that can speak for you behind closed doors and say, I know that person, or I can vouch for that person. It's also, like you mentioned, the communication. It is the culture piece. It is the education and the certification hack, as I would like to call it. All of those things can play a key role. But what I always love to share with people is you focus on what you can control. What you can control is your ability to improve your communication style. There is a club called Toastmasters. I used to go to Toastmasters in Nigeria. It's a place where you learn how to speak in public. I used to go to the one at a hotel for many, many years. And I remember when I came to my first Toastmasters session here in Canada, I had my first speech, and the Oyinbo man who was evaluating me said, "Why are you yelling at us?" You know, and I thought it was the funniest thing because I was not yelling, I was just speaking. But in Nigeria, we don't just stop. We talk with passion, you know. So the guy at the end of the day was like, "Why are you yelling?" Or two Nigerians are in the office and we're just talking about, you know, the football match from the weekend, and they're wondering why we're fighting. We're not fighting. We're just supporting our teams. But we're telling you that your team is terrible. But we're having a conversation, but then they're confused when we start laughing at the end of the conversation, and they're wondering, you were just fighting a second ago. Now you're both laughing. What's going on? So all of these cultural contexts, that things that we consider norms, not norms to everybody else. So it's important that when you move in, spend time studying the laws of the land, spend time studying how to build wealth in that land, spend time understanding how power is structured in that land, spend time studying the cultural context of that land as well.
All right. Many skilled immigrants, they say they apply repeatedly, but they don't get interviews. So what do you think is usually missing at that stage?
There have been studies that have shown in the United States, one individual had a resume, and all he did was change his resume. His resume had the typical American Black name, and then he changed the resume to a typical American white name, and he applied for the same exact positions. He got called back, I believe the number was 40% or something like that, simply because of the name. No qualification, no certification, none of that was changed. I'm not saying change your name to James Brown if you are, you have a long Nigerian name. That's not what I'm talking about. But I do think it's important for people to realize that University of Lagos to you be prominent, Lagos Business School to you can be prominent, but think of that that white recruiter, that Canadian recruiter, or that recruiter from UK, Australia that have not heard of those universities before. It means nothing to them at all. However, they feel more comfortable calling the person that has University of Wales, Oxford University, are the ones that they can recognize and they believe are prominent and have a sense of credibility. So that can be a barrier. The application tracking system that is sieving through can be a barrier as well. I've had the privilege of getting interviews here without applying for roles, not because I was smart enough. You can ask my wife, she'll tell you that, because I had any special qualifications, but simply because I knew someone inside the system. I walked to HR and submitted my resume on my behalf. And that was what ended up opening the doors. So people need to go beyond just applying online. That's what I'm trying to say. Go beyond applying online. It is the least that you can do. You need to network. You need to find the right people. You need to connect. You need to write something called pain letters. You can Google pain letters by Liz Ryan. It gives you a really in-depth way of reaching hiring managers. You go directly to hiring managers. I have a friend from Ghana who recently got a job. He was applying for months and could not find anything. So what he started to do was he started to reach out to hiring managers on LinkedIn from organizations. And then after getting to know them a bit, he would now say, hey, I'm applying for this role. And immediately those people will either say something like, oh, great, I see your information on LinkedIn. Let's have a conversation. Or something as simple as, hey, I'm not the hiring manager for that particular role. Let me introduce you to that person. I've spoken to you, you're eloquent, you're this and that. So the importance of information interviews can go a long way as well. So all of these things, you have to learn to hack the system because the ATS, the system right now is currently broken. As you know, as many say, thousands are applying for the same role. You need to find your way around the ATS. You cannot just apply online. You need to do more than apply online.
All right, so from your work with leaders and executives, how important is executive presence and professional positioning in having to determine who gets noticed and trusted?
That is a very brilliant question. Executive presence is a key difference maker. You walk into a room, it makes a difference between people wanting to pay attention to you and people going, did somebody just walk into the room and not even notice that you walked in at all? If you notice, there are some people, they walk into a room and people's eyes are fixated on them, whereas some other people, they walk into a room, nobody is paying attention. Some people speak in a meeting, and just from the way that they put their words together and convey the thoughts from their minds, they're able to capture the attention of people and show a level of people get impressed by them in comparison to others. That is the key difference maker, and it comes down to executive presence. There are so many key factors that affect executive presence. There is, of course, how you speak. Do you speak with clarity? Do you speak with confidence? Do you speak with competence? There is consistency. Are you consistent in the way you dress? Are you consistent in how you show up, when you show up? All of those things play a key role. You're branded. How have you branded yourself? How have you created a perceived value of yourself? How have you created an actual value of yourself as well? Those things link up to create the brand, that other people see. And then what I like to call your mental framework. How do you arrive at your thought process? How do you arrive at what you say? There are times when some of us, we talk, but then we just talk all over the place and we're just rambling in a meeting, and people are saying, okay, are you landing your plane? Where are you going with this? Whereas some other people, they speak and they say there are 3 things we really need to pay attention to. And they just thought of those 3 things right there and then, but they're able to convey it in such a way that people are able to lean forward. So executive presence takes intentionality, planning, and much more. There is a great book, I've forgotten the name of the author. It's titled Executive Presence, and she shares a really powerful story. There is a lady that had realized that she wasn't getting promoted like her colleagues, and she wanted to move into the executive level. So she reached out to her boss and repeatedly asked him to coach her around this area that she wants to grow. And he said just one thing to her. He says, in meetings, you don't push back. You just say yes, and you write down everything we think. That is not what we're looking for at the executive level. We need someone that is independent in their thinking. We need someone that can convey their thoughts and share why that thought is important and what it is that they're looking for. And that was the only thing he changed. He challenged her and said, I want you to start pushing back in meetings. I don't care what you push back on. Just push back on something. And he decided to start doing that. And literally within months, she got the promotion that she was looking for. Why? The executives wanted someone that had independence in their thinking, but that could only be addressed or identified, that's the right word. That could only be identified by your behaviors. And she was not exhibiting those behaviors. That was the only thing that was holding her back from promotion. So executive presence goes beyond your competence, though that is there. It goes beyond your intelligence, though that is there. It is how do you carry yourself? How do you create an impression of yourself? How do you manage perceptions? All that goes a very long way.
All right, so in trying to adapt, some immigrants feel pressure to downplay their background or over adjust. Where do you see people getting this balance wrong?
That is always a challenge that I ask people to apply wisdom, so to speak. Many times when you come here, whether it is intimidation, whether it is, we don't really know why, but you come in with great qualifications and then you hear something like you're overqualified for this role, or you don't have Canadian experience. I will say this though, the government in Ontario has created a new law that was implemented in January that says it is illegal to hold someone back or not give them a role simply because they don't have Canadian experience. And I'm sure it's the same way in UK and Australia and several other countries around the world. But even with that law in place, it still doesn't stop HR. They just don't have to say it out loud now. They just keep it in the back of their minds. So many times, I would say do what you can to get in and then work your way up or work your way sideways through the system. And it requires you finding a way to get in. So you just have to be wise in how you approach building your resume, how you approach some of the conversations. There was a lady who used to be a vice president of one of the top phone companies. She interviewed for an entry-level role in the company that I worked at. And I perfectly understood why. She was coming from a completely different country. She was the VP of this big phone company. She had like 5,000 plus people that were, in terms of the size of the company, it was a big company in comparison to where I was working. And I remember when she walked out of the interview room, I immediately saw her as extremely competent, perfect for the role. In fact, the role was way beneath her, but I understood her story because she was an immigrant. She needed to get a way in. But the other recruiters and the interviewers in the room, their response was, she's overqualified, she's not fit for this role. Simply because of all the qualifications and all the things that she brought to the table. So if I had a chance to advise someone like that, I would have said, tone it down to get into the system, get the Canadian qualifications that are needed, and within 1 year, I guarantee you, you will move up, whether upwards, laterally, or, whether moving upwards or moving sideways and jump into another level at another company and working your way up. The opportunities will open for you, but you have to get into the system. So number one, get into the system, whichever way you need to. Number two, work your way up the system through all the different hacks that we've talked about today. And it really opens up a world of opportunities for you.
All right, so what practical steps can skilled immigrants take to better position themselves and compete more effectively in a new job market?
First, in a new job market, get a mentor, somebody that is in your space. Find a mentor within your space as soon as possible. Walk through your resume with them. That way you can rebuild your resume. Many places have free resource centers, the YMCA, and several other places that are sponsored by government that really can help you in terms of building those resumes. So that's number one. That is the basics. Number two, you need to network like your life depends on it, because the reality is your life does depend on it. Your salary and the job does depend on it. So how do you network? You need to ensure that you find any of your professional associations and join them as soon as possible. It's important to do that. Build a strong network within that space. Volunteer within that space, because then you need to you get an opportunity to start building your network as quickly as possible. Number three, ensure you become a thought leader on LinkedIn. Why? Because recruiters and different people, hiring managers, are going to check you out on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is not a time for you to be quoting your favorite scripture. It's not a time for you to be keep picture in front of a car and saying, what do they call those things? I name it to claim it or whatever. That's not the time. Or jumping in the snow and taking a picture. That's not what LinkedIn is for. That's the place to show your competence and to show some of your intellectual capabilities as well, and your competence at the end of the day. So that's a place you post articles, you write articles, you retweet, you share some things on there, you comment on things. That helps you out and separates you from everyone else. So ensure you're getting a Canadian certification and degree. If you can, get it right away, or get it as soon as you found your way into the system. And then aggressively apply. There's a lady that I know of who shared a really powerful story. I think she was applying for like 20 jobs a day or something. And she was chatting with somebody else who was only applying for maybe 5 jobs. And she said, hey, you're not that desperate yet. You need to get to a level of desperation that you pour in your heart to this. Treat it as a job to apply for a job. First thing in the morning, go to a library and be there all day applying for opportunities. When you leave that, go to networking opportunities. And when you network with people, connect with them on LinkedIn. Grab coffee with hiring managers, with people within your industry. Read the book Canadian Workplace Culture, so that you start understanding the Canadian context. When you can't go to a Toastmasters, go to some of these places so that you're able to keep networking, but then you're also able to build your professional communication skills. When you do all of these things, you never know which one will work for you. That's the thing. People think I only focus on one and it will work for me. No, do all of those different things, and one of them will be the hack that will transform things for you. For one person, it could be that resume support. For another person, it could be the professional association. Or whatever it is, do all of them simultaneously, but do them very, very well, because that is the hack that could open the doors for you.
All right, so finally, for skilled immigrants watching this morning who feel frustrated, overlooked, or stuck, what's the one mindset shift or action you believe can change their trajectory?
I've been there myself as well, where I've gotten very frustrated applying for hundreds of jobs and not getting any callback. You start at director level application. I was offered a VP role in a company in Nigeria at the age of 30 before I moved over to Canada. And I had to literally start all the way from the bottom again at entry level. That can be very frustrating. There are people that will question your skill sets, question your background, they'll question your qualification, ask questions that you'll be wondering, what is wrong with this person? Those things can be frustrating. The number one thing that you must be able to do is protect your mind. I'm sure we've all heard that proverb before, guard your heart, it is the wellspring of life. It was true back then, and it is true all the way till now. You need to protect your mind, protect your heart, because that's where your creativity, your energy, your consistency, your discipline, your ability to keep thriving, that's where it all comes from. So do everything you can to be able to protect that mind. So whether it is your positive confessions, your affirmations, your regular prayer time, your reading your Bible or your Quran, ensuring that you're exercising daily. Do everything you can to have a positive mindset, a protected mindset, because if you lose that, everything else starts to deplete away from there. So ensure you're doing everything you can to protect your mindset. It is the most powerful weapon that you have, and ultimately is the competitive edge that you also have, when you move to a different country.
Thank you so much for your time on the Big Story segment. Ayo Owoduni is the management consultant and executive coach, and also a culture transformation expert. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, up next is a social listening segment. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group.
And you're welcome back. This is the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, it's good to have you again. I missed you for the few hours that you were not here. All right, let's get straight into the conversations the Nigerians are engaging with online today. And the first conversation gaining attention is the response by streamer iShow Speed. Addressing accusations of not collaborating with Nigerian streamers during his Nigerian tour. Speed explains that the purpose of the tour is not streamer collaborations, but to showcase the culture of Africa's countries, highlighting everyday people who are rarely seen, street performers with real talent and local communities. He made it clear that every stop on the tour is pre-planned, time-restricted, and carefully scheduled by his crew, with specific locations he must reach in each country. But let's take a look at how people are reacting to this. And the first reaction from Rico, and he said, I just heard people complaining actually watched Speed and understood the purpose of this tour. It's to show off your beautiful country and culture. and that is it.
Period.
Another one from African Genius, and he said, interestingly, we understood clearly Speed's visit to Nigeria and the reason you wouldn't have our top celebrities, creators, over to see him because he's here to do his thing. Those chasing to stream with him are only doing so for their personal gains, and they don't represent us. And finally, from Money, and Money said, believe me, they know this. Their level of entitlement is extremely bad. They like to think the world revolves around them because they have gullible people cheering them on. Vali, I know you're all about the economy, how to make money,
Yes,
and when you're not
definitely.
doing that, you're actually teaching people leadership. That's all you're about. But this is taking you away from your comfort zone. But speaking about I Show Speed,
Right.
I'm sure you would have seen it. Whether or not you like it, you would have seen it across
fact,
all social media.
There is no escaping his movement on social media.
Of course.
Every app you open,
It's
I
there.
show speed. I show. At some point, I'm like, okay, show me the speed. You know. But seriously speaking, I mean, first and foremost, let's look at the angle of this whole back and forth social media. Those complaining and those who are not complaining. I think it comes naturally, right? It comes naturally with Nigerians to complain, even if everything is going well. Because this complaint we're talking about, if you run the ratio, we have more Nigerians complaining. Why? Because of what that the last contributor actually said it, right? He said, look, we have this entitlement mentality. However, I mean, it's unique to those who want to feel entitled. But let's look at it from what we call the, general perspective. The value, really, young fellow, 21, right? I also hear that he had his birthday in Nigeria, 21 in Nigeria, which is good for him, knowing that, he had the Yoruba culture identifying with him. He also wore Igbo clothing, and we saw the spectacle around him. We saw him get into some certain areas. But for me, as a broadcaster and someone who is more business-like, we are not asking ourselves, okay, so what is the business value of it? In many ways, it is now clear that narrative and notion that, Africa is a dangerous place. If you come to Africa, you see flies moving around the heads of, of abandoned babies. I'm not saying we don't have problems like that in some rural areas, but, that so-called narrative of Africa is a third world country. I wonder whoever came up with that, really. For a continent, a third world continent, or third world area. For a continent that fits the world, raw materials, fits the world with, rare earth mineral, we are the richest, really. Unfortunately, leadership is the problem. Unfortunately, we have issues of misappropriation of funds and just corruption, really, and some level of selfish behavior from our leaders. However, that's separate. I think the value I Show Speed, right, is adding to Africa, is letting the whole world now see. If you're tired of those concrete jungles in the West, if you're tired of all the pop culture that doesn't really have proper, roots, if you're tired of some form of behavioral pattern that moves from, either LGBTQ, X, Z, or whatever it is, and you truly want to identify with true African culture, true African roots and heritage, look, give it a try. Africa is not as bad as they say we are. And let's be honest, I kind of agree with him. And I see reaction from people around the world who, some of them shedding tears that, wow, they didn't know Africa was like this. If I Show Speed could journey to all the parts of Africa, visit all African countries, and it's still moving around, which means that there's still some good. Right? Those institutions that were designed to suppress Africa, there are a lot of institutions like that. I keep on saying it, right? Those institutions push out narratives to some international media, platforms to keep pushing out negative things about Africa, so they can come and present themselves as what? As the savior.
Yeah. I like the angle at which you're taking the I should speed story, but let's now move on to the second conversations. And Nigerians are also reacting to is the health of popular clergy Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo, who is known for his advocacy against Christian genocide in Nigeria. A prominent journalist in Plateau State, Masara Kim Usman, called on Christians in the state and Nigeria in general to pray for Reverend Ezekiel, who is said is battling with a relapse of a liver disease and will need to be flown abroad for urgent treatment. Early in 2025, the regional chairman of the Church of Christ the Nations, Koisin, in charge of the Barkin Ladi local government area of the state, was in India where he had a successful liver transplant, which was donated by his wife. On his return, Reverend Chomo decided to take up the advocacy against Christian genocide in the state and was one of the few voices who brought the menace of systematic killing of Christians in the state to the public space, despite denials by the Nigerian government. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to the story. Of course, the first reaction from Biodun Adeyonju, and he said, I pray for a speedy recovery. A fundraising campaign should be set up for him. I totally agree. And also Muhammad Noor, and he said, this man will never see peace. The damage he caused for his fellow Nigerians will definitely haunt him.
Such
Right.
I'm trying to use the right word, but that's so insensitive.
Finally.
Why would human beings want to, politicize or bring in some other areas where someone's not going, not at his best based on health issues?
Franklin,
that person was just.
Franklin said the Christian Association of Nigeria, all the Nigerian GOs who fly private jets around the globe, and the state government plateau should fly him abroad and pay his bill for medical treatment. Now, don't wait for him to die and then send unproductive messages and prayers. I think the way some Nigerians actually believe that Christians are not really persecuted, I think that's where that reaction is coming from, which is I feel very sorry for this person. When I see comments like this, what I feel for them is just I feel very sorry for them. I feel pity for them, because for them to have to think like this, it simply means they're not operating at the level at which a normal human being would operate. So those kind of people, you just feel pity for them and feel sorry for them.
So that second person's comment was so, what's the word to use there? His again, when I will stress myself, it could end up not even being a human being behind that behind that comment. It could just be some, bot or something.
This one is an obvious human being. He has a profile picture with his full
insensitive
name.
Human being is that? How can you say things like this when someone is going through a life-threatening issue?
Of what the person actually stands for.
But truth be told, I mean, if somebody had to speak at some point,
of course,
right? Churches were being burnt. People were being kidnapped. People were being killed. Burnt, killed.
Yeah.
And then we have these gory pictures and videos that VDM, thanks to him, he brought these videos to light. And the pastor, Ezekiel, every now and then had to conduct mass burial. So he got tired of it. So he had to speak up. And so, look, whether it was a church that was burnt, a mosque, someone had to speak up. So he spoke for the Christian folk. Doesn't make him a bad person. He had to speak up. Maybe he didn't know that, to get to that level, but even at that, he had to speak up. And thank God that he got to that level. People started responding, right? Now, whether or not the response was truly genuine from the United States, that's a different ball game altogether. Donald Trump knows who he is. Everyone knows he's an opportunist. He's someone who would do anything just to get that peace prize.
We always have to link it to Donald Trump.
I mean, he's the one that responded.
Okay.
So what again, our hearts and our prayers go to, Pastor Ezekiel. I mean, anyone could actually come down with a serious ailment like this. If that's liver, kidney, or whatever it is.
Like I said, there are two things you cannot predict: who you fall in love with and your health.
That's the point.
So it's very sad. As I said, people like this that actually throw comment like this, I feel very sorry for them.
He has lost. Whoever is behind this comment has lost what we call touch with reality.
Exactly. That's why. So you can't even argue with that kind of person or try to make
Not at
sense
all.
as to why they actually write what they write. I really hope, like this reaction, the last reaction said the GOs, because it's an association.
I agree with that.
The GOs who actually fly private jets.
Let's
can
come
actually
together.
afford to come together. Also, the Plateau State governor.
Yes.
Come together. So
Do a GoFundMe.
yes,
Immediately.
because
To save his life.
it would be really sad that you have to escape the genocide and then you then die by a liver disease that can be avoided if there is actually money and it means to actually travel to get it sorted out. So I really hope it is looked into, and I really hope he's strong enough to wait, because that's another thing, to wait till help actually comes. Anyway, let's move to the third conversation, which is the very interesting one. I've been waiting for this one. Is the paternity controversy between Davido and
There we go.
Anu, where the mother of the little Anu Oluwapo, Michelle, responded to Davido's dad, Deji Adeleke, following the press conference debunking her claim. Ayotomide Labinjo, the mother of Anu Oluwapo, Michelle, a minor at the center of paternity crisis involving Afrobeat star Davido, has responded to comments made by the singer's father, billionaire businessman Dr. Adedeji Adeleke, saying she would not be intimidated and insisting that Davido addresses her directly instead. Labinjo made the remarks in a post on Instagram on Wednesday, hours after Chief Adeleke dismissed the vivid paternity claims and threatened legal actions against blogger Kemi Oluloyo during a press briefing at his Lagos residence. In a statement, Labinjo accused the Adeleke patriarch of abusing his influence and speaking on behalf of his son.
Okay, allow us. What were they expecting?
Like, I don't. Let's take a look at the reactions first.
She just gets
This is very funny.
The man spoke because he feels
He's a son.
that look, his son is being pushed
All
around.
right. The first reaction from Michael Onodu, and he said, "You need to sue the family, the girl, and the grandmother, and the sister for blackmailing and impersonating, and for the little girl to drop the name Adeleke."
Of course.
And also, Oracle of Hard Truth said, "I made sure to watch the whole clip, and I felt both the pain and trauma Miss Adeleke must have been through, and what it must have took him to organize a press conference to put to bed this allegation. This matter is settled." And also Dr. Benjizi, and he said, "So the mother of the child knows who the real father is, but refused to go asking for a DNA test because he's married and doesn't want his wife to know." So David isn't married too. This is madness. They just want to reap where they did not sow. Glad the truth is out here. So what made this very interesting for Nigerians is the fact that Dr. Adeleke is not someone who would come out to address.
Of course,
anything.
he hardly does kind of thing.
I think I've only heard him speak like twice. I've only seen like clips of him speaking like 2 times, in my life, and having to see him sit down to actually address an allegation about DNA paternity, negative or positive, is actually I found it very what's the word, worrisome. But the person who is actually the brain behind all of this is Kemi Oluloyo. But I know, I like to. People say now. The words of people. People say that she's not. She doesn't think the way a normal person would think.
Report.
She's not.
So reporting.
Yeah, reporting. Some actually say, some part of social media, they say, "Oh, she's a mad person," and some other part they said, "Oh, because of the state of our mental health, our children have actually, come out to say they don't have anything to do with her, and she's not your mother because they can't fathom, how she does her investigative journalism." Now, who are you going to? Because I want to lay blames. Who are you going to blame for this that's actually going on? Are you going to blame Davido for being promiscuous? Are you going to blame Kemi for actually doing investigative journalism, how she knows how to do it best? Are you going to blame the new mother for actually, because it's the sit? Truly, they actually had 5 DNAs done, because Dr. Adeleke actually brought receipts to back up everything he was saying during the press briefing. Now, are you going to blame the that's the grandparent of the said child, Michelle, or are you going to blame the mother of the child? Who are we blaming all of this? Or are they all taking the blame?
So the truth of the matter is that as much as that blame game has both ends, what we call double-edged sword. I
Yeah.
think what we need to look at should be the fact that there's just major distraction going on.
Right.
And that distraction is going to affect business, really. The billionaire needs to focus on his business, and it's good that I'm glad that he has come out and he has clarified this whole thing.
Yeah.
And so this young lady and her people who are busy trying to drag Davido into something that to him he's not responsible for. Look, billionaire has spoken, right? Like you said, he had the talks, but for him to come out and talk, it might have really, really caused some trauma. And so most times you see people who will say after he has money and he wants to part to something. Look, that era is gone. If you have a claim and you cannot back it up, you can at some point, maybe they don't understand the legal implication. At some point, they'll be the ones to be begging the man, say, okay,
Right.
it's okay. And then he will say no.
No.
Because dragging the name Adeleke is a big deal. And the man has worked so hard to, business-wise, reputation-wise, right, to build his empire. So for me, I'm looking at the fact that it is not good for his empire and his name and his legacy for some random lady to come claiming that her daughter belongs to her daughter, is the,
belongs to their delicate.
exactly something like, and then go ahead to now use the name. So he has all the indicators are pointing towards a lawsuit as we see it, which is why he has come out now and he has made it very open and clear. Whether or not this other party are pushing across their emotions, leave emotions beside. Look, the court says everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And this man has his team of lawyers. He has everything on his collar record. And of course, he has also shown out receipts. In that his video, explaining in detail XYZ. So I think the thing is really troubling him. And for a billionaire, like that, imagine the amount of families that are depending on him. So he needs to focus on his business. So now he has put that aside. I'm sure in the future you will not see him do another video.
Right.
What we'll just see is legal team dealing with him.
Okay.
So
Anyway,
and whoever says that father should not speak on behalf of the son.
No, that's I see people who
I'm beginning to put the question mark on the other party.
People who do not have privilege, they are always the one who question people that have privilege. Of course, my father will come out to speak for me, no matter what, even if I am right or wrong. And it was already becoming, I think it was high time that, we had to address the issue, because it's been a long
5
time
DNA
coming.
tests, not 1, 2,
been a
3,
long
4,
time
but 5.
And I think legal action should be taken on Kemi. Kemi really needs to prove everything that she knows,
And guess what?
and that she's
Which
saying.
this actually is a point of call for every other journalist and broadcaster out there. Those who are legit.
Don't use Kemi as a point of call.
So those who are legit. I'm just saying that, look, again, before you put out a story, make sure you verify, re-verify.
I think that every journalist knows that. So using Kemi as a point, it just makes it really funny.
Exactly. Probably
Very funny.
Call.
Oh no, it's not. All right, those are the stories the Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching the social listening, and thank you for staying through with us from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Business Day Television. I remain your host, Deborah Eze, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Of course, have yourself a beautiful, beautiful weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable Full insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. And now, the headlines. Reports forecast positive. in 2026 as aid cuts deepens crisis. Now let's begin today's business news in Nigeria, where Africa's largest economy is entering a phase of reform-led stability that could strengthen growth and investors' confidence, according to the 2026 Nigeria Microeconomic Outlook. Unveiled in Lagos, the report projects real GDP growth of about The Central Bank of Nigeria recorded robust investor demand of 3.44 trillion naira at its Nigerian Treasury bills primary auctions on Wednesday, the strongest subscription since December 2024, reflecting appetite for elevated yields. At the auction, the CBN offered In a related development, the federal government says it has disbursed about 152 billion naira to indigenous contractors for verified projects. Also, the federal government has banned electricity distribution companies and their installers from collecting payment for electricity meters, warning that any official found extorting customers will face Moving on, Nigeria has emerged as the world's most severe hunger hotspot in 2026, with nearly 32 million people facing acute food insecurity. And still on, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, has called on Nigerians to move beyond macroeconomic stabilization and prioritize job creation by deliberately attracting global investment and integrating. While acknowledging that reforms takes time, she noted that the country is on the right path and must identify concrete opportunities. She highlighted the global reordering of supply chains away from China as a major opening, urging Nigeria to position itself competitively to capture investment flowing largely to Asia. And now in the energy sector, President Bola Tinubu has approved targeted fiscal incentives to unlock Shell's long-delayed $5 billion Bonga Southwest Deep Offshore Oil Project, directing swift published within existing legal and fiscal frameworks. Located about 120 kilometers offshore, the Bonga Southwest project has been stalled for over a decade due to unresolved fiscal terms. The development is expected to deliver peak production of about 150,000 barrels per day and significant gas output. President Tinubu said the incentives are disciplined, targeted, and investment-linked, designed to attract new capital without eroding government revenues, with a clear expectations of a final investment decisions within its first term. It stressed the project's potential to generate jobs, boost foreign exchange inflows, and deepen local participations across offshore engineering and energy services. Shell CEO Will Shawan welcomed the move, citing improved investor confidence as the government reiterated its commitment to policy stability and regulatory certainty to drive large-scale energy investments. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the business world. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips anytime.
welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on Business Day Television. The Lagos State Internal Revenue Service has warned employers to comply with statutory tax filing obligations ahead of the 31st January deadline, noting that late or non-compliance will attract penalties under existing tax law. Speaking in an interview, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service Director of Personal Income Tax, Ayodele Adebayo, said January is a critical period for employers required to file annual pay as you earn returns for the preceding year. He explained that employers must submit comprehensive details of all employees engaged during the year, including those who have existed services, in line with the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025. Adebayo stressed that failure to meet the deadline attracts administrative penalties, even when pay deductions have been fully remitted, adding that filing annual returns is a legal obligation, not optional. He noted that accurate filing is essential for employees to obtain tax clearance certificates, while individuals are still required to file personal returns independently of employer submissions. Adebayo urged employers to use the LIRS digital filing platforms, saying timely compliance improves transparencies, supports government planning, and enhances public service delivery across Lagos State. Moving on, the Center for Enterprise Governance has urged micro, small, and medium enterprises to adopt basic governance structures to remain competitive under Nigeria's evolving tax reform regime. In a statement, the Center for Enterprise Governance founder Adeyinka Hassan said the business environment is shifting towards stronger accountability, formalization, and compliance, making governance a necessity for MSMEs. He noted that expanding tax compliance and tighter enforcement expose poor structured businesses to significant operational and financial risk, while governors and well-governed firms are better positioned to adapt and grow. Hassan identified weak internal system, informal decision-making, and poor record-keeping as major constraints to compliance and access to finance among small businesses. According to him, inadequate governance increases exposure to tax penalties, audits, and disputes, as incomplete record often led to incorrect filings and disallowed expenses. He urged MSMEs to prioritize governance reforms, including clear rules, financial controls, and proper documentations, noting that strong governance improves credibility, funding access, and long-term sustainability. And away from that story, Nigeria's cashew industry has generated over $400 million in export earnings, reinforcing non-oil revenue growth, though industry leaders say significantly more value can be unlocked through expanded production, processing, and local consumption. Speaking at the 4th Nigeria Cashew Day in Abuja, Federation of Agriculture Commodity Associations of Nigeria President Sherif Balogun said, agricultural commodities are driving steady growth in non-oil exports, with cashew accounting for over 300,000 tons of export annually. Despite the gains, Balogun noted that Nigeria is operating below capacity, particularly in processing, with only about 20 to 30% of output currently value added. He said deeper value addition could multiply earnings and create jobs, urging investment beyond raw export into roasting, packaging, and derivative products such as cashew oil and milk. Balogun also stressed the need to boost domestic consumptions, noting that Nigeria's large population presents a significant internal market that can stabilize demand and pricing. Industry leaders said data accuracy and export monitoring will be critical to positioning cashew as a stronger pillar of Nigeria's economic diversification drive. And also in a related development, Nelsteel Nigeria says it has achieved 100% plastic neutrality, recovering every ton of plastic introduced into the market through structured recycling and recovery initiatives. The milestone was delivered through the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, Nigeria's first producer responsibility organizations established in 2018 under the Extended Producers Responsibility Policy and now comprising 49 member companies. In a statement, Nesto Nigerian's Corporate Communications and Sustainability Lead, Victoria Uduka, said the company's sustainability strategy extends beyond profitability to shared environmental responsibility and long-term impact. She noted that while firms compete commercially, collaborations on environmental stewardship is critical to achieving measurable sustainability outcomes across the industry. Since 2018, Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance and Nesto Nigeria have recorded more than 100,000 metric tons of plastic waste, supporting cleaner communities, empowering waste collectors, and advancing Nigeria's circular economy ambition. And still on, African startup leaders have been urged by Omolara Dada, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Anchor Software Limited, to realign growth strategies towards sustainability, efficient capital utilization, and a deeper understanding of customers' need. Speaking at a masterclass during the African Startup Festival in Lagos, Dada highlighted the challenges posed by a difficult funding environment, noting that many startups in recent years prioritize rapid expansion and aggressive marketing at the expense of building resilient businesses. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, we'll bring you more business stories. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the...
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, the 2026 appropriation bill has earmarked 105 million naira to support the completion of the ongoing industrial projects, including the 80% completed Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan of 2014, targeting the cotton textile garments and other underperforming sectors. The funding is a part of broader 58.47 trillion naira spending proposal submitted by President Bola Tinubu to the National Assembly, with 56 million naira allocated to the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment for NIRP implementation across solid minerals, automobiles, agro-processing leathers, and textiles. Launched in 2014, the NIRP aims to diversify Nigeria's economy from oil dependence, increasing manufacturing GDP contributions from about 4% to over 10% through import substitutions and export-led growth. The plan focuses on 4 industrial pillars where Nigeria has competitive advantages: agro-aligned industries, solid minerals, oil and gas-related sectors, and light manufacturing and constructions. The new National Industry Policy launched in January 2026 provides a structured framework to accelerate job creation, enhance productivity, and drive sustainable growth, addressing long-standing gap in Nigeria's economic planning. And with this, that brings us to the end of today's Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us, and stay with BusinessDay Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Hello guys, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra. My name is Anthony, and today I have in the studio Michael Adeni Damilola, aka Dami Fresh, DJ Dami Fresh. Basically, he is a DJ and also the lead digital distribution and marketing at Jonesing World Nigeria. You know Jonesing World, owned by the legend himself, the Prince, who is also Don Jazz's brother. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Nice to have you in the studio today.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
So it's been a long time coming. I've really wanted to have you.
You've always been talking about it.
Yeah, you know.
Over the years now, in a couple of years now.
Yeah, sure. I think we've had you on different stories on editorial sector, on entertainment as well, and we really appreciate for all the your comments you give to us, very insightful, and I'm glad you are here also to give us
fresh. It's beautiful to be here actually. After all the years talking about it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It's been through my face eventually.
Yes, so then when you come with. All right, so let's go into the business of today. We're here to discuss about music, your career basically, and where you operate at Jonesing World. Let's start by tell us a bit about your role in Jonesing World and what was the perspective from that on the Nigerian music scene.
Basically, like you said, I handle the digital distribution and marketing, right? It's about uploading artists' music and labels to streaming platforms, as you're helping those records get maximum visibility on those platforms, and also try to leverage whatever tools they have on the platform to, put the song in front of the right audience, right, and help the artists grow in platform and off platform, as well as also designing marketing campaigns that will help, grow the artist brand and, connect them to audience, and also over the years grow that audience so that, there's an exchange of value between the artist and such audience through the music in which the artist put out, and every other point of value that the artist is going to evolve into over time.
Yeah.
So that those audience can always buy into whatever the artist is trying to like pitch to them, right? Today might be music, tomorrow the artist might be on an ad commercial and still need the same audience to gravitate towards it. It might be a movie or a soundtrack for a movie that the artist is working on. You know, it's different from the original or the core of what people know them for. You know, the artist might be selling merch tomorrow, an event. You know, so this same audience that love the music or that love the artist that will go ahead and dip their in their purse to buy into all the things they're selling. So my work, you know, is to help an artist build such ecosystem whereby they can leverage their craft across all these fronts and beyond.
We as music consumers, you know, we might not know what happens behind the scene. Basically, we might not know in terms of like what the artists actually have to go through in terms of getting like, you know, branding or whatever, you know, they do so that they can earn like extra like bucks, you know. So basically, not everybody knows about this, and not everybody knows about like what you do for your artists. So basically, let's go back to you being a DJ. You still DJ, right?
Yes.
How do you like link the two like careers together? How do you link that together? Being a DJ and also being
So basically, concerning that, you know, I think it complements one another, because from my experience, right, I'm on the back end of things, trying to build an artist or work with the artist to put out a product that will eventually be you know, put out there for consumers to consume. But as a DJ, my skill set, my experience, my job also makes me interact with these consumers, which are the audience. I'm always with them, like 2 to 3 nights a week. So I know what people want. I know what dance floor, you know, wants, right? So that also informs and helps me in terms of when I, in rooms where we discuss about creating music or creating value that for an artist that the consumers want to, you know, buy into. So this experience helped me to navigate between, you know, being on the forefront while performing, or on the back end where trying to create product or brands that these consumers would like to, you know, to be a part of. So that's cross-pollination of personality, you know, is an additional advantage for me, because I understand the heartbeat of the dance floor, and I'm also at the forefront of where the product is being created. So I can also always, you know, use my knowledge and expertise and experience to say, okay, why don't you move it this way, or go and update this way, you know, to also add value on that front as well. I also try to bridge the gap between the artists and the consumers, you know, using that experience.
Yeah, so can you spotlight like some of the artists that you've been working with so far?
Currently working on Godzilla, Spaghetti, and Glorious. You know, they are young artists that are growing. They're growing to the artist development phase. You know, they have put out projects, as Godzilla and Spaghetti. They both have EP out there. You guys can check it out. I mean, it's a body of work. And Glorious too, he has 2 singles out. You can also check him out as well. So yeah, there are new artists. They're finding their way in the industry. You know, this entertainment industry is a wide landscape.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
it is.
It's a learning curve for every artist that enters, because it's quite saturated and overwhelming now, not just in Nigeria, but on a global scale. Yes. So as an artist, when you come in, everybody has a difference, right? So, but when you come in, most important thing is to learn, you know, and try to play the long game. That's what I always tell most artists. Don't just come in, and some might be very fortunate on your first song, you just go back, and they tend to forget themselves and don't learn. Over time, people will just move away from you with time. If you don't understand your craft, or you're not adding value in terms of knowledge. You might have the talent, you might have the skill, but this music business encompasses way more than just being able to write songs and be able to sing. Right, so you should be able to know the business you're into. So if you're not giving yourself to learning over time, you might just fizzle out.
So walk us through the, you know, in this modern market that we have right now, especially in Nigeria, what does true breakout moment looks like for new artists today in today's market, and how has Jonesing World like helped to facilitate like your new signees these young ones that you've spotlighted so far?
So breaking out artists in this modern age is a lot of things, right? People will say it's about money, it's about this, you know. for me, based on my experience and what I've seen over the years, breaking new artists is a lot of work. There's money, there's a lot of strategy behind it, there's a lot of planning, right? But again, like this what I'm about to say is kind of controversial, because this is why sometimes in some part of the world, especially in our country, some business entities don't want to invest in entertainment, because sometimes you need the grace of God when it comes to this arts and music. Do you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people that have come into here spend millions and they spend thousands of dollars and nothing to show for it. Because sometimes you might just do everything right, but you just need the element of luck and grace for it to work. So, but in terms of doing the groundwork and breaking an artist, you need to first of all put in the work into the creation of the music, because that's the core of everything. You need to find a good sound for the artist. The artist needs to sell themselves into that sound and believe that sound, and find good producers to work with it to fine-tune that sound, because that is your identity. As a sonic identity, then also as an artist, you need to understand your visual identity. Although it might evolve over time, both the sonic identity and the visual identity, but for you to break out, you must be distinct, must be different, and you must own it, must be confident about it, and you have to be consistent. So if you can, you are sure about your sonics, you're sure about your visual identity, right? And you are consistent. There's a lot of social media tools that is out there that are free that artists can show themselves, like YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reel. Some of all these platforms are platforms whereby artists need to, once you've identified this, there are a lot of things you need to do, or you can do. You just need to be in front of people, because you're trying to sell yourself. This little knowledge about yourself that you have been able to gather or fine-tune with yourself or your team, that okay, I sound like this, I can write like this, I can convey emotions in a certain way with these lyrics or with this sound, I can do content, I have this charisma, I have this energy, I have this aura. You show that through your visuals too as well, and your song. I can tell compelling stories, and you also push different narratives. Those are the things that move people to want to know about you, right? So as an artist, you need to know these things. If you don't have to guess it, you have to be sure part-time. Because let me give you an example. There's Adekunle Gold and there's AG Baby. Those are two different personalities. So that's why I say, as an artist, you always evolve. You evolve. But whenever it is you're starting out, you need to know what is working for you then, and what you need to define it. And once you know it, you and your team, you have to milk it for that era or for that period. Right, and if you want to rebrand and evolve, there's going to be a phase. You do that and be okay, this guy is moving to another level, right? So in every artist's career, there's always that journey. For artists to break out in 2025, you must know those things, and you have to be consistent. If you're going on TikTok, you're going on YouTube, you're going on Instagram, but you have to be consistent. See these new guys that are training right now. These guys from the north.
Okay, yeah,
not those ones are the Lagos boys. I'm talking about those guys from the north, First Class and OG Abba. From my research, OG Abba has been promoting that one song now since February of this year. They just broke in I think October or November. Some other artists won't do that. They will have given up on that campaign or dropped other songs. It's not bad to drop other songs, but that's what I talk about consistency. Just don't be shy, don't feel sad if people are not gravitating to what you're putting out there. But it's also a test or a task for yourself too, because there's a certain parts in yourself that you need to push to before something might break through for you, right? People need to see you sometimes some annoying amount of time before they make action, right? When you see an ad and you're seeing that ad continuously and it's annoying you as an artist too, you need to push your music that way. You have not start pushing your song to people who are saying, this guy again, I've just seen my timeline. I have not started.
There was this particular guy that had that thing. Was it this year or last year? He was on X every single day. We are seeing the video, and it took one of our top artists to, I think was it Olamide or what?
Yeah, it's Zlatan.
Zlatan, and he was like,
yes.
What's up? What do
this guy that was running Twitter ads. The guy I'm saying, if people see you, but they act as if they don't see you.
Yeah,
but you need to push them to start. Like you corner them to a point whereby you make them take an action. Like him taking his phone to tweet that tweet. that guy didn't obviously meet him for
No.
That thing has gotten to him so much. Like, what is this guy doing? Let me talk about it. You know, and another example of that for me was what's this guy, Nance Boy, when he dropped that Umbrella song. You know, I kid you not, I didn't play that song on any streaming platform, but I knew the song. I knew the melody. I might just be doing something else, and I'll just be humming the sound. I will now be asking myself, what song is this? I don't know the artist or the song, but I know the melody.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it on Instagram. If I go to Snapchat, I see it. If I go to WhatsApp, people are posting. If I go to Twitter, I'm seeing. So it's in my front, is everywhere. So for new artists, that's the energy you need to move, right? You might not have money to pay all those influencers, but you be your own influencer, be your own creator. You have your phone. What are you doing? That is your also. That's your 9 to 5. Do your content. Like, let people cuss you out and say, you do this content piece too much. Let them say it's too much. Your work now. That means you're hardworking. Do you get what I'm saying? So new artists need to have that energy in this modern day, because everywhere is noisy, everywhere is saturated. So if you don't have money, you have to go hard and use your phone, your camera and your phone, do as much content, be creative, be interesting, and just put out content. And before you know, you start growing some little audience and fan base. And when you start doing that, don't neglect them. Don't just expect them to take it. Tell them the action to take. If somebody is always commenting on your post, reach out to the person, tell them thank you, appreciate them, repost them. If they use your song as content, put it on your story. Let it be like an emotional connection between you and them, because those are the people that will buy your tickets. So you have to, in that early stage, you have to really gravitate towards them at that level and grow with them.
So briefly, why do you think the industry is not seeing as much breakout stars as we used to have them back in the early 2000s, 2010s? Why are we not seeing as much as that in 2025? Because I think right now there are no new stars. There are no new, this can be a Bonner or this can be a Wiz. We even though we have like the top 3 or the big 4, if anyone wants to put himself in that conversation, why are we not seeing people that we are thinking, this can be like a mega star that will still be here for like the next 10 years? What are we missing out?
For me, right, over the years, I've observed this too as well. I feel like one of the major issues is that the industry is now becoming too expensive.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, even new artists that are trying to come up, they have this idea that if you don't have so amount of money, you can't go into music, you can't go into entertainment, because everybody wants to get a piece of the block, right? So sometimes it's discouraging for the artists themselves and also to the investors, because investors, they're in the business, so they've done some certain project that maybe didn't go well, or they are still want some that is going well for them, but it's not based on, if you check the money in which they have invested and the result they are getting where they are right now, is not equating, but at least they've enjoyed some level of success. So it's too expensive, right?
So basically,
that was one of the major reasons. It's too expensive.
Because we talk about
who's willing to take that risk to invest millions of naira in you when nobody even knows you yet.
And how much are we talking about in terms of the scale of millions of naira?
Okay, let me just say, like, at least 500k USD. Between 300 and 500k USD, like you can be trying to invest maybe like on a particular act, one act for a period of, let's say, like 18 months to 2 years. To get more like you're looking at a project, music videos, marketing campaigns, influencer campaign. There's a lot of expenses. How many people are willing to take that risk with someone they don't know from anywhere, just because you're putting out content online and they think that, okay, you have something in you? It's not so many people are willing to take that risk now, because the entry point into the industry now is not very expensive. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's pushing a lot of people back. So that's why, if you saw that really breaking out in recent time, even though they might have some funding, but the artists have to have character. You have to have charisma. It's not like before again that you just pay, and before you know it, you're already there. The times have changed. Yeah, even the audience behavior has changed. They need to see that you are about it, before people start giving you that audience. And there's a lot of people a lot of things that is taking people's time now, because the world is not as created as it used to be before. Before there's gatekeeping and creation is kind of sacred, but now everybody is a curator.
Everybody is trying to fight for attention span. So sometimes maybe on WhatsApp and you want to do something on Instagram. Before you get to Instagram, you're forgetting why you Instagram. Then you now start what I want to do. You now go out to WhatsApp to check. So attention span is very short. So everybody, even on WhatsApp, people are posting on your WhatsApp story. You consume content every time. Even though you don't want to consume, you consume. And there's music now. On WhatsApp status, you can upload. That's what I'm saying. Everybody is not a creator. So for an artist to break through, it's war. If you don't have charisma, you're not like consistent, it will be hard. It's not like before that once you just have a sweet song. We have to have that energy to push the song, the aura. You need people to see that fire in you, and consistently. If you are posting your content and you're saying maybe like 2,000 like, 500 like, 1,000 like, don't be discouraged. You need to work because, and again, the way algorithm works, algorithm needs to see that you're putting in efforts. It's not like you post today, you not post for 5 months, and when you post, you believe that everybody will just jump in. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to be consistent. You have to have like a programming. The way you open your TV station, you know that by 6 o'clock or by 12 they are doing this program. As an artist, you have to have programming because what the algorithm understand is programming because it's the program itself. Yeah. Right. So, and the number of times you put video, out there trains the algorithm to know, okay, every Monday this guy posts by 1 p.m. You have to be like that. You have to be strategic. You get intentional. So if you do all of these things, trust me, you just need one moment. And when that moment comes, you capitalize on it. Before you know it, you'll be out there. So for breaking new artists in this era, this is one of the challenges that I would say, I've observed and, I've discussed with other people too, artists, you need to just take a chance on yourself, and the times have changed.
And I think you mentioned something about like gatekeeping. So I think have we crossed that part of having gatekeepers?
So they're gatekeepers, but the thing is that they can bypass the gatekeepers if you know what you are doing. If you have that charisma, that tenacity, and that consistency, you still need them. But the beauty of it now is that because you have free tools that you can use to showcase yourself and go straight to the audience, they will now be forced to align with you. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Just like this Marvel, for example, now. Obviously, there must have been some good that must have paved way for him or give him a co-sign initially. But now it's getting the wave so kind of big. Those big guys also want to jump on that wave. But normally, they won't reach out to him before, but because now they say he has the numbers, they'll reach out to him, right? And he's also used to also draw those new audience and young audience to themselves too. So it's strategic because when he drew, I think last month, one of the Fridays, he had 3 songs in 1, 2, 3. That's not happened before for a new artist. His first year as a rookie. This is his rookie year now, and he has a number 1, number 2, number 3 back to back. And these are like the big artists, CK, Davido, and Wiz on it. That's massive. About this team I'm talking about, they've seen that movement and they like, this guy, okay, the wave that is building, let's jump on it. And to the people who like, they're supporting the young. There are a lot of other young guys too that are doing a lot of good stuff out there, but you won't see them. But they've spotted and said, this one will favor me. Let me do this. That's how it works. So if you don't push yourself to that position, trust me, you will not get that opportunity. But with social media now, you can just do your thing and be consistent. When it's looking good, those guys will come around. Even other industry people too will come around and give you that cosign that you need.
Yeah, so that's actually nice. But let's talk about like you as a DJ from your own perspectives. Our clubs are you're entering the dirty December period now, and it's quite a time for music artists to actually come out and show that they belong to the space, especially the upcoming artists and the new artists that are on board. My question is, are clubs and festival circuits and concerts, are they still a reliable launch pad for these new talents?
Yes, they are. Reason being that it's an avenue to meet, prospect one-on-one, right? As an artist, if you have a good record, right, it's probably not a viral hit record, but it's a good song, right? And you compose yourself well, you're able to secure some of these platforms for yourself to go and showcase yourself, right? You don't need everybody at that event. You don't need everybody. If it's just 10 or 20 people that your performance or your song can wow, that's a start. It's a win, right? So let's give an example. In December, you're able to secure
10 events to perform at as a young artist coming up, and you're able to get 20 people from these 10 events, 20 people each from each of the events you go to that, that try to like listen to you or try to follow you. That's a good number to start with, because if your song is good and your personality is good, like they go check your TikTok, they go check your Instagram, and they kind of find a liking to you, you've won close to like 200 people over, right? They have families and friends, they have speakers, they have a playlist, they have friends. They can say, I just discovered this new person, check them out. Or they forward your link of your content to some of your friends. In that way, you can also build and find, or other people will find you through that medium. So those events, even though you might not pay some of these new or coming artists that they are not yet big, you might not pay them, but you need the value you get from the audience you are connecting to more than whatever someone wants to give you now. Because once you build that audience, those are the people that will probably want to pay to see you next year. Let me give you an example. Now look at Fola now. He just came in last year with that Alone song with Bad Boy OML. Fireboy jumped on the remix. He put out an EP, Bella on it. This year he did his first album. He did a couple of feature, Kiss Daniel, I think he did with Dancing to different people. You tap into different people's audience. Did Whiskey and DJ Tunes. He has grown. He's one of the most streamed young artists this year. He has grown his discography and grown his audience by tapping into other people's. Now he's going to do a show in December. Now he's going to call ticket, let's say like 20 or 30K. People are going to buy it because they know the song and they love the song. They want to sing it back to him. So all the other fans, and some people pride in the fact that they are early adopters of his sound.
Yes,
it's now that you guys are just me, I don't need choke so there are also all those early core fans too. So as a young artist, that you have good music out there and you believe in yourself and you need to get these opportunities to perform somewhere, you need to find those your early adopters first, those your starter audience, those your core audience. You need to find them through those mediums, right? Connect with them at this December event and groom them, grow with them. That's what I was saying earlier, that if you see people that are commenting or are reposting, you appreciate them, thank them. You understand what I'm saying? A like on their comment or a reply or a DM chat, they will value. That's an incentive for them taking action to want to like your music when you are not yet known or blown yet. Right? So you should appreciate those people that make conscious effort to give you an audience or give you a listen while you are trying to grow. Don't just expect that I want to blow. No, it's a business too. If you're a business person, right, your business don't just start. Even though you invest big money, don't just on the first day, don't just expect to make the big money back. It's gradually you grow the business. So this also is a business for those artists too. If you see people that are trying to engage with you, Shazam your song, tell I like your song, engage with them, communicate with them. As your business or your operation expands, you might not be able to do the little chat with them on a daily, but once in a while too, just okay, this week I want to be preparing it's always a good, even though you're a big star now, it's always a good thing. You can even do see the way Shatawale did events on his birthday for his people in Ghana and see how massive it is. Do you see the turnout? It was massive. The old square was filled. The road leading to the square was filled. That is raw, genuine love from fans, and that's how to be when it comes to music. Every time you are collecting. As a celebrity, how are you giving back to people that actually buy from you? It's always very important. See, here's some point now. Look at beverage companies. Every year they're always doing one promo or the other. If you open the crown cork of a Distin, you can win something. It's not that they can go by selling their product because people are already addicted to those products.
Yes.
But they still need to let you know that as you are buying a product, we are trying to also give you back, give you refrigerator, give you a fan, give you generator. As artists too, you should also plan things like that too. People are buying your ticket, they are buying your merch, they are listening to your music. You can do something and say, okay, I'm giving back this. Find a way to give back to them, because it's a strategy, it's a business. You're also investing back in people that are investing in you. That way you're not out of business, because as they're servicing you, you're servicing them back. So as an artist, if you see it as a business that way, that you're a company, you're a business, you always have campaigns that you run every year how to service your fans. As they are pouring water, you pour water on them back. So everybody will be enjoying. You understand? That way to be going. When I saw that Shatawale movement, I was really moved though. bro, that thing was massive because I've been to that square before and I know how massive it is. So to be there, to see it being filled that way, and people cannot even get in like no. For just one artist, it shows how people love him genuinely and how he has been. You know how funny Shatawale is. The way he communicates with his fans and his audience, that's like part of the things. Like he shows his personality, not just every time music. Shatawale talk about life, talk about family, he interacts, he plays, he gives. There's no way if Shatawale is going anywhere for interview or anything, he takes money, cash along. As he's entering, he's giving the presenter, giving the staff, he's smiling with everybody. That's how we do it as an artist. Not that when you enter somewhere, everybody starts feeling stuff. Let them relax around you because you are sharing. As an entertainer, you are sharing good times, good energy. So anywhere you step into, let people feel it. Do you get? That's how I see it.
Yeah. So let's move into like the next. So as an artist, basically, what are the pitfalls that you should avoid if you want to get yourself signed? I know that some people, as much as they want to be indie artists and make it that way, some artists are also looking to be signed to big labels. So what are the pitfalls they should avoid to get themselves more visibility by these labels?
Okay, what I will say is, firstly, educate yourself about the business.
Yeah,
really important. Be enlightened about the business. You have YouTube. Try and read about the business and acquire skills. As an artist, doesn't stop you from owning your skills as a songwriter. You understand? You can write songs and send to people. I write the song for you. I think it will fit you. Write songs. You can be a songwriter. You can be an engineer, say mixing engineer or a recording engineer, right? Acquire skills. It's very important. Then also, you need to be visible. Don't know how to sing and do covers and do freestyles and not show it. Because if people come to your page, what would they see? Right? See, like I said earlier, don't care about the views. Don't be ashamed. Because me too, I'm also a creative and I know how it feels. That I gave up on likes a long time ago. I'm challenging myself to drop that content because I know what it takes to do something. Do you get what I'm saying? What it takes to actually create something. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Procrastination, fighting your inner demons, a lot of things. You need to discipline yourself. So for you, the fact that you discipline yourself, you start down, you dressed up, you made that content, and you don't want to post it. Why? Because you are scared of what people say. Because my nose look like this here, my hair look like that. Yeah, even though.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Mosef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is the Business Day TV Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our Lagos here in Lagos, Nigeria. Here at some of the headlines. Domestic foreign investors drive equity trades to Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Norma Obona. Here's the news in full. Nigeria's equity market recorded a historic performance in 2025 as total transactions rose sharply to 11.92 trillion naira, driven by a resurgence in foreign portfolio participation and sustained dominance by domestic investors. According to reports released by the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Thursday, market activity more than doubled from 5.59 trillion naira in 2024 to 11.92 trillion naira in 2025, reflecting a year-on-year growth of 113.39%. Domestic investors remain the backbone of market activity throughout the year, accounting for 77.79% of total transactions, with trades valued at 9.27 trillion naira, while foreign investors contributed the remaining 22.21%, equivalent to 2.65 trillion naira, signaling a notable recovery in offshore participation over years of cautious positioning. The sharp rise in both domestic and foreign participation pushed total market transactions to their highest level in nearly 2 decades, as a combination of strong local investor confidence and renewed foreign interest positions Nigeria's stock market as one of its most active in recent history. And moving on from that story, the World Bank has approved $50 million to expand solar-powered agricultural solutions in Nigeria and 5 other African countries, aiming to boost productivity, cut post-harvest losses, and expand clean energy access. The development was revealed through program updates involving the World Bank and its partners, including the Rockefeller Foundation. The funding will support the deployment of solar-powered cold rooms, refrigerators, water pumps, and grain mills across Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, with implementation led by CLAPS, a Washington, D.C.-based nonprofit organization focused on energy efficiency and clean energy access. The World Bank-backed initiative has attracted strong backing from development partners, with officials indicating that the program could expand further as country-level implementation gathers pace. And still on, the federal government has banned electricity distribution companies and installers from collecting any form of payment for meters, warning that DISCO officials and installers found extorting customers will be prosecuted. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, issued the warning on Thursday during an on-site inspection of newly imported smart meters at APM terminals at Papa, Lagos. Adelabu says the meters were procured under the World Bank-funded Distribution Sector Recovery Program and must be installed for consumers free of charge, stressing that any demand for money will be treated as an offense. Adelabu, who was received into the Apapa port, a command of the Nigerian Customs Service by Area Controller Emmanuel Oshaba, expressed happiness over the importation of another tranche of 500,000 smart meters under this RAP. Coming up, we'll bring you these and more after the short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Lagos State Internal Revenue Service has warned employers that they have a deadline for the 31st of January of the paying of tax. We'll bring you the rest of this story after the short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The Lagos State Internal Revenue Service has warned employers of labor in the state to comply with statutory tax filing obligations as the 31st January deadline for annual returns approaches, stressing that late or non-compliance will attract steep penalties as enshrined in the tax laws. The Director of Personal Income Tax, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, Ayodele Adebayo, issued the warning while addressing newsmen on Thursday. According to reports, the Nigeria Tax Administration Act 2025 mandates employers of labor to file their annual returns with the tax authorities for the preceding year. Adebayo described January as a critical period in the tax calendar, particularly for employers required to file annual payee returns for employees engaged in the preceding year. In his words, employers are statutorily mandated to file annual returns detailing all employees engaged during the year, whether such employees are still in service or have exited. And away from that story, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has uncovered what is described as widespread negligence and compromise within Nigeria's banking and fintech ecosystem, linking some financial institutions to two major fraudulent schemes that cost victims a combined total of 18.78 billion naira. The Commission has revealed this on Thursday in Abuja during a press briefing by Wilson Ujaren. It's the Director of Public Affairs who detailed how fraudsters exploited gaps in banking controls to defraud thousands of Nigerians through airline discounts, scams, and bogus investment schemes. Ujaren revealed that one new generation commercial bank and 6 fintech and microfinance banks are under investigation for alleged aiding the schemes through weak customer due diligence and compromised transaction monitoring processes. According to the EFCC, the first scheme involved a sophisticated airline ticket discount scam targeted largely at unsuspecting travelers. And also in Kogi State, there has been an announcement of plans to raise 50 billion naira through a sukuk issuance to fund the construction of an international airport and a modern international market to begin by March 2026. This was revealed by Governor Ahmed at an investor engagement and market sensitization forum held in Abuja. The planned sukuk is expected to serve as the administration's flagship infrastructure financing strategy aimed at accelerating economic transformation and boosting internally generated revenue. The state government says the sukuk will be fully asset-backed and deployed strictly for infrastructure development in line with Islamic finance principles, while state officials and transaction advisors emphasize that the projects are revenue-generating assets capable of supporting repayment over time. And now to end the local news, Nigeria's cashew industry has contributed over $400 million in export earnings, supporting the country's non-oil revenue, while industry leaders said the sector has the capacity to deliver greater value through production, increased processing, and domestic consumption. President of the Federation of Agricultural Commodity Associations of Nigeria, Sheriff Balogun, revealed this at the 4th Nigeria Cashew Day held in Abuja on Thursday, noting that official data stated steady growth in non-oil exports driven largely by agricultural commodities such as cashew. Balogun noted that Nigeria was still operating below its full potential, especially in processing and value addition, adding that deeper value addition could multiply earnings and create jobs. Coming up, Nissan to sell South African cars to China's China. These and more after this short break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing
is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Now to Africa, Nissan Motor revealed on Friday that it would sell its manufacturing assets to Roslyn, South Africa, to the local arm of China's Chery Automobile for an undisclosed sum. The struggling Japanese automaker reveals in a statement that Chery SA will buy the land, buildings, and associated assets of Nissan's facilities in mid-2026 if conditions, including regulatory approvals, are met by then. Production of the Navara pickup truck, the plant's only model, will end in May if the deal goes ahead, as revealed by Nissan spokesperson, who said the model is made for the local market and exported to several countries, mainly in Africa. And this move is part of Nissan's ongoing turnaround plan, under which it's closing or consolidating its 7 plants, while the company declined to confirm the production capacity of the Roslyn plant, which was set up more than 50 years ago. And also in Benin has issued $500 million in 7-year Islamic bonds or sukuks, carrying a 4.92% coupon after a full dollar-euro hedge. The West African nation revealed that it's also reopened its 2038 Eurobond for an additional $350 million, equivalent to 6.19% coupon, also fully hedged. According to reports, both operations drew exceptionally strong demand, supported by a multi-year marketing effort in the Gulf, Europe, Asia, and the United States, with combined orders exceeding $7 billion, more than 8 times the issue size. Benin say the transaction will help cover a significant share of funding needs under the 2026 budget, while improving the maturity profile of public debt. And now onto the foreign scene. President Donald Trump has filed a $5 billion lawsuit against America's biggest bank, JP Morgan Chase, accusing it of illegally closing his accounts for political reasons. The lawsuit, which also names the bank's chief executive, Jamie Dimon, alleges that Trump and his businesses suffered considerable financial and reputational harm after the bank abruptly closed their accounts in 2021. And also, U.S. President Donald Trump has withdrawn an invite for Canada to join his newly constituted Board of Peace in the latest spat between the North American neighbors. Trump revealed this on his Truth Social in a post addressed to Prime Minister Mark Carney, who made headlines this week when he warned of a rupture in the U.S.-led global order. Canada had indicated that while it would not pay to be on the board, it would join, as EU Chief Antonio Costa says European leaders have serious doubts about the scope of the board, but were willing to work with the body in Gaza. And we'll bring you the sports news after this.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
To wrap up the midday bulletin, Club Brugge has reportedly turned down multiple offers from Turkish giant Galatasaray for Nigerian midfielder Rafael Onyedika. Galatasaray has tracked Onyedika for some time and remain keen on securing his services, while the Belgian champions have consistently rebuffed their advances. While Club Brugge are not opposed to selling their midfielder outright, they are reportedly unwilling to sanction a move unless their valuation is met. Since joining Club Brugge from FC Milan in 2022, Onyedika has established himself as a key figure in midfield with 165 appearances from the club, scoring 8 goals and playing an integral role in their domestic success. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV midday bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Norma Wona. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress. No delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Wow. Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to today's edition of Business Day TV Match Center. It's been an interesting week, and the AFCON just concluded. And well, kudos to Nigeria. Third place finish, not a bad news. And it's time for us to, fans believe that it's time for us to build on, the AFCON success. And one of the talking points we'll be talking today is, how do we prepare the Super Eagles for the 2027 AFCON? Third place finish is good. Chile still has contract with the NFF. Should he be retained? Should we start looking for other coaches? And we saw what happened at the Nations Cup. Tunisia, the rest of even Mali trying to poke him. And we're going to talk about this and what does it mean and what next for the Super Eagles. With me to discuss this show, as always, Ibrahim Abubakar. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So good to be in the studio.
I know, it's good. Bro?
Yes.
Good
to be here.
I know you're a die-hard Nigerian fan. You're a die-hard. Let me start with you. Against all in January last year, Chile was appointed as the head coach of Super Eagles. A lot of us have a doubt that with this guy, who are at the stage of our World Cup qualifiers, was at a very precarious stage and all of that. People were doubting him and all of that. And he took us there, he lost the playoff to DR Congo and all of that. And, for the first time we saw a Super Eagles playing sweet football, and they just concluded AFCON. And that has attracted a lot of interest on Eric Chile. Now Mali are trying to say, come. Tunisia say, come, there's a World Cup this thing for you. Looking at all this success, what next for Super Eagles, and what do you advise we give to NFF on Eric Chile?
I think in answering that question, I think we need to go back to where we are before Chile took over the Super Eagles. Before Chile took over the Super Eagles, Nigeria didn't win the first 4 matches in the World Cup qualifying race, and we were in the panic mood. Nobody knew what the way forward the Super Eagles, and the way we were playing. It was not to write home about. There was no hope. In fact, when Chile was appointed, at the end of the day, I think we not only need the World Cup qualifying race. When he took the job, we were fourth on the table. But South Africa actually beat us with 1 point to the qualifying ticket. It shows you the kind of work Chile has done. She's taking over that team. I think he has played about 16 matches, so I think he has won 15 and lost 1. Look at the kind of football that we played in AFCON. Nobody expected it. Going to the AFCON, a lot of Nigerians didn't give that team any chance. Sure. Due to the fact that they qualified for the World Cup. People were angry. And people expected, look at the way they gave against the Congo. People said they should have won that game, but
and people have started to criticize him in that.
Even if I didn't have a confidence that we go to the Nation Cup, but the kind of football they played and the way Chile totally transformed that team, have given people hope that if he can keep this team together and this coach can continue with this formula, probably the next AFCON he may probably win it. So Chile itself has said that he's targeting to win the next AFCON. So it will not be sensible for Nigeria now to part away with such coach, even at a time when so many countries are lobbying behind to employ Chile. I mean, the kind of football we have played, even ex-internationals have said Nigeria have not played this kind of football in the last
no, I don't know, but in a long way.
Even Oli said, I used to be a
strong critic
in Nigeria of NFF and Nigeria football. He didn't support Chile's appointment.
A lot of them didn't support Chile's appointment.
I think they are four changed their tune now.
Because they say success has many names, many friends.
You know where Chile was coming from. We didn't really get to watch him. We only saw him once as a manager of Mali.
Yes.
And this mime that was very popular then, where they were forever.
Yes, that was in fact they were using that to make caricature.
You understand? Because you're like, what's so odd about the game that is you had to pour water on his head and all of that. So I think where he was coming from speaks a lot, because then we don't know him. He's not known. He's not been tested and trusted. But now I feel like many, if not all, have seen what he has to offer, what he can do with a team, and I believe if he's supported, if the NFF and the young people support him, he can do better than what he even did in the last AFCON. We saw how Nigeria played beautiful football. He has scored goals, even though we are conceding. But before the elimination by Morocco, you could see we were the highest goal scoring team, and we have the second best defense in that competition. So I don't know. I think we can just let him continue where he stopped.
Okay, you said continue. Before the AFCON, most part of our problem, I remember, But used to say, these Super Eagles are not scoring goals. These Super Eagles are not scoring goals. They are not scoring goals. But at the AFCON, maybe the target could be, go and win the fourth AFCON for us. Not winning it, maybe sometimes people say you didn't meet your target, but there's another positive point. At the AFCON, we scored 14 goals. Even the time we even won the AFCON, we didn't score as many goals as 14. And we didn't concede any goal in full regulation time. You know what that means? So when you look at all these stats, there are beautiful stats and all, but critics will also tell you that they'll still point fingers to some certain things that, okay, even before now, I used to have my doubt that, his substitutes, he always gets it wrong. But at the time, it was like, we saw that play out in our match against Morocco, because looking at all these things, you can't get a perfect coach and all of that. But for me, he has done fine. But the next thing now is that the CAF has just brought out the timetable for the 2027 AFCON qualifier starting in September. Chile has 2 years with NFF. He has done 1 year. Do you think it's high time for NFF to sort this issue of his future immediately? So it doesn't bring about. I remember what the issue we had that last time. We had this coach when Pestelo left. Finidi came. After Finidi came, a particular manager came. They announced he didn't stop to 24 hours. He left. So this uncertainty about Super Eagles manager, I think, what would you advise? What would you advise NFF? Amid all this interest from other countries, is it for NFF to just say, okay, guy, this is the end of the season. Come, let's give you another one. So it gives him focus, it gives him concentration. So we begin to prepare his team for it, because you feel that September is far, but bro, before you know it, you are hearing that the next qualifier is next month.
Okay, so I think with the NFF. First of all, that's what is the target for the Nigerian national team? Are we targeted to win a trophy? Are we targeted to?
I think also is to win the national cup.
To build a team. In as much as we want to.
Yeah, okay. You need to build a team first.
Build a team first, because there we saw what happened with Bishan, that's the local version of the national team. Chile could not even win one game. He was battered.
That was where critics started.
Oh, he won one game.
But you were never happy with that performance. Were you happy with that performance?
Senegal, we lost. Sudan, we won.
Nigerians were so they were saying this is the kind of person that want to.
Then we also had criticism around most of the players coming out of a football team that's Rebel Stars. like more than half of the players he took to Shan were from Rebel
Yes,
Stars.
they all messed
And
up.
then you also realize that he is not a Nigerian. He has little time to
To
look
study the
around,
league.
study the league, and bring his own players. I felt at that time that probably someone just gave him a list and they just walk around it and just took those guys to that competition. But we saw what he did with the main team. And for me, I believe the target should be building a team that even if it stays or leaves in the future, they can continue to play. We saw what Nigeria can do. Nigeria can play beautiful football, not just that, can also score goals. Then if we can get this to be more or less a permanent basis, then we can now start pushing for winning a trophy, probably qualifying for the next World Cup, preparing for that World Cup. By that next World Cup, you probably see players like Osimhen in their 30s, Lukman in his 30s, Ndidi already crossed 30s. So these are some of the things I feel like the NFL should be looking out for. It shouldn't just be because of the next AFCON. It should be because we need to build a team. Is Eric Chile the right guy to do the job? Yes. Do we need to support him? Yes. Do we need to give him a contract? Yes. So then give him time to go around now that probably most of these players are now playing in their various clubs. Give him time to now look around locally to source for players that he can, introduce and onboard into the national team so that we can bring in hunger and also experience. I feel like the NFL needs to look into building a team first, then vying for qualifiers into AFCON, World Cup, and preferably winning the AFCON.
I think the NFL have actually said, the NFL president put it some principles said that the contract of Chile ends. Chile still has a 1 year contract, signing a 2 year contract.
2 year contract, yeah.
And still has 1 year remaining. And there is no extension of that contract now. So maybe towards the end of that contract, the next 1 year, they can talk about the review. But for now, he still has the contract with Nigeria, 1 year contract with Nigeria. And I think it's still good to go. So Chile itself is down to discuss the future with the NFL. So I think everybody, NFL have said these people who are safe under Chile. I think everybody is pointing to everything is pointing to the fact that Chile will remain Super Eagles coach, and even the players have won NFL, not to.
The players have won NFL. Who are the players that won it?
I said.
This is the word won or advised or spoken.
What are they advising? Because we know, of course, we know what NFL is capable of doing. But I think
they can turn the table at any time.
The players have told them that this man should remain as our coach.
Okay.
And I think
look at that. Did you see the chemistry between the players and the coach? Because that for me, that what matters. I was watching a video clip where even Chile himself was giving some dancing steps. For me, I think that is key. Giving some dancing steps with the boys. And the way he managed the Lukman Osimhen matter, showed professionalism, showed maturity. So for me, I would just say, okay, NFL, good to go. Whatever support you want to give him, the earlier you give him that support, it gives him, confidence. Because if you say 1 year, wait until after that time, for him it's like whatever happens. But when you know that, okay, you have like 2 years left, guys, you are not under pressure. Because before you know it now, the qualifiers for another, competition starts. Because I don't see why we'll be changing coach. I mean, if you have a coach for 3-4 years long-term plan, look at Morocco coach now. He's not there today. Some of this starts. It didn't start today. It's a project. You can't just build 1 year and say, let's see. No. Once he has done well 1 year, he has 1 more year. You can give another 1 year to say, okay, give him some.
Even the French coach have been there more than forever. They have been there forever, more than 15 years. Deschamps have been coaching the French team for more than 15 years or 20 years now.
If you see a player who has 1 year left on his contract, go and check that player. The commitment to that club is limited. But when you have 2 years or 3 years, you want to you want to show. But for me, this is for the.
What you're saying is right. It's there for continuity, and you can be able to build a team.
Yes.
One country that is performing well now, the coach has been there for more than 5 years.
Yes, it's not today.
Look at the French that I've mentioned.
It's not today.
The show have been there for more than 15, 20, go to.
It's not today. Those guys have been there.
That is why you can be able to plan.
Yes.
You can learn. You can go to tournament, you don't succeed this one, you go to the next one,
yes.
so you learn. Chile may not win the cup this time around, but probably the next station comes. We'll have learned from this, and you break in some players, you will not repeat the same mistake. People objecting will not.
No, you are going. I was going to mention that because for me, statistically, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, for me, is the best team at the last AFCON. In statistics, in the way they play and all of that. But it's just unfortunate they didn't win it. But for me, it's nice to build on this success because if you say, okay, NFL want to do some fast play and say, okay, because of this, these are Chile's weak points for us to, he has done his best, let's get another manager to, it's like taking us some steps backwards. So for me, I feel that this guy needs some level of assurance. Give him extension on his job so that he's not distracted. Because if you say he has 1 year, he can go and sign another pre-contract with another country. And you just see that 1 year, after 1 year, you just see that you just realize that all the success he has built, all those things have gone down the drain. And so, well, the NFF, a lot of Nigerians, they are not doing PR for Chile based on the stats. Nigerians are pleased with his performance, and for continuity's sake, we qualify is starting soon, and the earlier we sort out Chile's future, it's good for the Super Eagles. It's good for Super Eagles. It's good for Super Eagles, and it helps him to focus and to begin to look at players, because there's some players who played at this tournament that might not play.
Yes, exactly.
He said no, he might not.
Why I said that we need to give him.
And yes, there's some of them that he knows that okay, ABC.
They may not fit to my plan going forward.
Yes.
Then you probably even need to bring in some.
Yeah, you know, he might have 1 or 2 players he wants to bring in for this tournament.
He has even said he was going to bring in new players.
Yeah, of course.
So.
Of course.
Because if you look at the next World Cup, should probably be 2030. Yes.
Yeah.
So 2030, you have the likes of Onwashu who might probably not even be called upon anymore. By then, it will be somewhere around 34. It's already crossed 30.
So for me, there's need for continuity.
So Akko might probably be the next phase of.
Yes.
Then we need to bring in one or two more persons to support him. Osimhen and probably one other person. Then looking at the wings, we have Lukman and Chukwueze. We need more people. We decide more by them.
We have some players, promising players.
So we should be bringing in promising players both locally and internationally.
For me, I'm very impressed with the way we play. Fantastic football. You know, they call us tiki-taka, passing ball, and you saw the way those blood hold on to ball, beat 1 or 2 players. Yeah. You can see creativity in that. It's been long we saw that last. For me, it's time we build on this. NFF, kudos to you for the appointment of Eric Chile. And let's quickly rush to the fixtures for this. After they have corner, the Premier League fixtures, Champions League fixtures, La Liga fixtures, back now. So, it's been very interesting for the Premier League. And the Arsenal have been holding forth their strength at the top of the table. For them, they feel that this is the season to break that jinx. They feel that no grief for anybody like what Senegal did.
23-year jinx.
It's 21-year jinx.
21-year jinx.
So, and they are holding it big time. And Man City is supposed to give them the run of their money. They are not there. They've lost 2 matches back to back. But let's look at Saturday's fixture. Man City Wolves. Is it a redemption for Man City?
Man City will be interesting. Man City lost yesterday. They first did the Champions League.
And also lost to United.
Norwegian. And they lost to a surprise result last week. Carried first match in charge. They lost 2-0 at Old Trafford. And it was a result that was shocking, even to the Galila itself. Because Man U was, everybody was thinking about Man U probably looked very cute and very funny. So
for me, the biggest upset
for me, I probably asked. I was, on my way to, I was asked. The question I was asking was how many scored in Man City beat Man U. But I was surprised to hear that Man United won 2-0.
2-0.
It was shocking. I had to go on. I didn't believe what the guys said.
Oh, to check the score line yourself.
But I still think probably Man City will be the biggest challenger to Arsenal for the title. And I mean, probably what they are going to just is, I think they will recover and still challenge for the title. The league, don't forget that this January, the league is not over.
Oh yeah, we're seeing January
so much we have. I still think Arsenal, just like they normally do, they will still drop more points. And probably Liverpool and Man City will still challenge them for the title.
So the City against Wolves.
Of course, that's City.
It's redemption for
Wolves
City.
is bottom
But Wolves, when you hear Wolves, they are like wild animals, so they have nothing to play for. And they have nothing to play for. They can just be the spoiler.
I don't see.
They've been a spoiler in the last couple of games. If you look at their last 5 games, they've held some strong teams to a draw. Even in some cases, even the Manchester United we're talking about, I think they played.
They played 1-1 draw.
A draw. So we've been spoilers for a couple of weeks now. And
they can be spoilers.
Yeah, I think they also beat Everton in the last couple of weeks. These are teams that normally on a good day, if you're seeing Wolves versus Man City, it's okay. Man City walked away with all 3 points. But Manchester City has proven to not be reliable in the last couple of weeks too. And that's thanks to the injury woes that Pep is currently going through.
Oh, he has bought Gui.
Gui and Semenyo. But Gui could not play in the Champions League because he has not been registered.
No, he's not. Pep focus now is not Champions League. His biggest challenge is the Premier League, to challenge for the Premier League.
I think the challenger for that league is Arsenal's challenge in that league currently is actually Arsenal. If you look at Liverpool, not playing very well. Manchester City not playing very well. Chelsea.
You mean Aston Villa?
Maybe Aston Villa, but then we've seen what Aston Villa could also do. They played against Arsenal and they were whooped. So they could not, held Arsenal to a draw like they did in the first
So
day.
you think Arsenal don't have a challenger?
I feel like the challenger of that EPL is also Arsenal against Arsenal. If they draw points, they give other teams.
Okay, let's look at the next one for tomorrow. Bournemouth, Liverpool, and I just checked through the table. Liverpool, they are fourth. They are fourth on the table, and they could also be a hard nut to crack. They cannot. Liverpool fans feel that they can still challenge for the Premier League title. And you agree with that, Ibrahim?
Yeah, coming into the season, I always believe Liverpool should be able. They are the current holder of the trophy, the title, and you'd expect the equivalent champion to also go into the competition and also try to. And we saw what they did. They spent over £400 million coming into the season, but it has not worked well for them for slots. And currently, they are not doing well. However, they see, and in some cases, they've been able to show the stuff of champions, trying to squeeze out the points, or in some cases get all 3 points in the last minute of the game. So I'll say they have the edge even over Manchester City currently, because Manchester City, if you listen to a Manchester United that is not stable, you listen to a Bodo Glimt that has not played a competitive game since December 10 before that match, then it shows that you're not serious. The injury has shown a lot. Even the Rodri, the current world champion, the current best player in the world, got a red card against a Bodo team from Norway. You could see that they are in a crisis, and I rather a Liverpool.
So you feel that they should deal with Bournemouth even playing.
I'll say Bournemouth should be able to deal with Liverpool. Okay,
but now you are conflicting. You are saying Liverpool should fight for the title. But they are playing Bournemouth. If they lose against Bournemouth, how would that help their title challenge?
So because I feel they need to fight for the title, does not mean they can beat Bournemouth.
So you are saying Bournemouth can upset Liverpool?
Yes, exactly, because they have the stuff to make it happen.
I do agree with that.
But this season they've lost a lot of players. They've not really been where they should be.
Yeah, they saw a lot of players.
Yes. Last season, and they have not brought in that quality of players to fortify the team. They've not been doing well this season. I think they are in the mid-table. I see Liverpool pulling that, but the Bournemouth is a team you can never really they can spring a surprise anytime. So don't be surprised again in a draw. But I actually see Liverpool having an edge.
Yeah, okay. Let's quickly rush to the Super Sunday, Super Sunday fixtures, which is crazy. Let's look at Sunday fixtures. I think Arsenal are playing who? Arsenal Man U. And that's what I'm trying to. Yes. Arsenal Man U. For me, I don't see it as we call it as the biggest fixtures for this weekend. Yeah, it could be bigger because of the upset that United gave Man City. Yeah. Even if for that upset would have been an easy, and this is also a title test for Arsenal, because for Arsenal problem has always been consistency. And if not for City that have lost some matches, I think City won those matches, they would have just closed up that gap to maybe 1 or 2 points. So you know, I know you're a Man U fan. You are super excited ahead of these fixtures. Your new, whether interim manager or permanent manager. What can you say about these fixtures? You think United can also create an upset against Arsenal?
Interesting. If it was probably, if this game was coming up when Amorim was there some weeks back, we probably have seen. By now, we'll probably predict how many goals Arsenal will beat Man U. But Carrick has come in, of course, just like normally, the 3 game was tried before when Mourinho left about 7 years ago. I think he has been able to transform that, change the philosophy, their style of play. You see at the back is not working. He has brought in Mino to that midfield, to partner Casemiro. So we saw that mobility that they can be able. So Fernandes was being played front. I mean, he was moved front. So he now has the space to be able to operate and to give the necessary pass. So I think it will be Arsenal, of course, is the favorite. They are on top form. Number one, probably number 1 team now in Europe, in the Champions League and the Premiership.
Yes, number 1.
So they are the favorite. And but I think Man U can string a surprise. Especially when it's at their back at Arsenal's backyard.
You feel that they can build on that success, that confidence of beating City.
If Man U be lucky to get a draw against Arsenal at Etihad. At Emirates Stadium. But then, as it is, you can carry as he has played against the big managers. He has not lost any match. I think the last time he coached, he beat Arsenal.
Okay.
So you can go ahead that side, but Arsenal is the favorite for this match.
But Arsenal, they are favorite, but City can also. I mean, United can spring surprise.
So for me, I'll say I'll give it to Manchester United because not because they have been in the best form this season, but because they've rejuvenated and you see they've changed their style of play.
And they can also they're also chasing top 4 finish.
You get the
gap between United and Liverpool is just one point.
So you see that they are not currently in Europe.
Yes.
So they have all of what it takes
all the energy
to take it to fight for even if it's not to get a win, or at least get a point out of that game. And you could see that the players like Mino are now coming into the team. Mino has not played wonderfully well this season, probably because Amorim didn't even use him at all. So that's one of the things I see that my probably play in this case for Manchester United. They have Michael Carrick who's played in Manchester United. A legend, literally, you understand the philosophy of the club. And we saw a glimpse of what Sir Alex Ferguson used to play as a Manchester United manager on that day against Manchester City. So they might want to also do.
And I was told that you spoke with Ferguson
before that game. So you might want to also give Arsenal a run for their money on that day. It's not a total walk.
Okay. Let's quickly rush 2 fixtures before we call it a day. Let's rush to La Liga. Interestingly, Madrid went to Villarreal. They just sacked, or the coach just walked away, Xabi Alonso. And since Arbeloa, also a club legend, took over, it's a different Real Madrid side. You saw what they played 6-1 in the Champions League. They defeated Levante. And some of those guys that were just, not playing well, you just see them suddenly playing well. Do you think, Barcelona ahead of them, do you think Madrid could also use this Villarreal to, ignite their, La Liga chase?
Of course, I was surprised they suddenly started winning after Alonso was sacked.
You don't like that when you say what you say.
They lost their first game.
They lost their first game, but it's always like that.
But Alonso probably must be regretting now if he knew that stayed back in Bayern Leverkusen. He thought he needed a new challenge, and he went to Madrid. And you know the way Madrid does. If you don't let the season, it's Madrid. Getting the Madrid job does not. I don't know what coaches think if they get a job.
No, Madrid is a main command.
I think Madrid, especially Perez, is more concerned about beating Barcelona than even winning the league.
Exactly.
So if in a season you play Barcelona 5 times and you're winning 5 times, it might give you a grace to win the La Liga next season if you are not winning that season. But if you're winning the La Liga and you're losing 4 out of 5 against Barcelona, you're out. So I don't know. I think the star-studded team is one of the problems Alonso had.
I thought he didn't give him a chance, but then maybe he had 1 or 2 issues with 1 or 2 players.
So Madrid Villarreal, is it a win for Villarreal or a win for
Madrid's
Madrid?
on top now. They are team.
No, but they are not on top.
No, not top of the league.
I
But
mean, they are not top of the league, but I mean,
confidence wise,
adrenaline seem to be up now, and they are.
You feel they should
I
win.
think Villarreal shouldn't be a problem for them.
matter of fact, Villarreal has not been their best form in the last couple of weeks. Even they played yesterday in the Champions League and they were whooped by, I think, Ajax.
But they are top of the table.
Yes.
Yeah, they've been wonderful before the last 2-3 weeks. So since the last 2-3 weeks, they've not been playing wonderfully well. Ajax has not been playing wonderfully well, but I guess Ajax they lost. Ajax went to Spain and got the job done. So I'll give it to Real Madrid.
Madrid will win.
I know they've closed the gap to just 1 point against Barcelona.
Yeah, they were top of the league before the OT started happening, and I think they can also take it back. Barcelona is not playing wonderfully well through this season. So what they did against Slavia Prague, in the Champions League, they winning the game 4-2 against a Slavia Prague side from Czech Republic. You'd expect Barcelona to win that game 4-0, 3-0, 2-0, give it. But then they considered 2 goals from the corner, from the set piece. They could not, defend a set piece. So if I were to be an opponent of Barcelona going to any game now, it would be more of let's play the set piece. They don't know how to defend this. And I feel like Real Madrid, as it is right now, they have everything going for them. Alonso has left. The players now cannot blame anybody. Not even Abeloa are just taking over.
Lastly, Spain probably go down to the wire.
Lastly, Barcelona, they've not been doing well, struggling a bit, but they have a real Oviedo to play at home. I think that should be a walkover for Barcelona.
It should be a walkover for Barcelona. Real Oviedo has always proven to be a very a very strong nut to crack, but at the end of the day, give it to Barcelona.
They've always given Barcelona a run for their money, but I think Barcelona this time around, knowing that they are leading just 1 point.
1 point. But that could be a pressure on them too.
It's at their tail.
Yes.
They want to probably give everything to win this match.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. We'll have a very, very robust discussion today. I hope you enjoyed the show. First on our Eric Chile, it's good performance, not a PR, like I said, Eric Chile, and advice by NFL to quickly sort out his future, at least to, start there with confidence and certainty to build on this AFCON 2025 success. And we hope the NFL listens, although they want the best for Nigerian football, and I'm sure they will do what is right. And again, the fixtures, Premier League football has resumed, La Liga football has resumed. For all the fans there, Arsenal fans, please continue to cheer your team up. I hope this season will be the season to end the jinx. United, you guys are doing well. Madrid, well, I represent Madrid. I love Madrid all the way. Barcelona fans, all the best. So all the football fans in the world, keep watching football and keep watching BusinessDay TV Match Center. This is how far we can go for today. See you next week. And before I go, Ibrahim, thank you for joining us. And
so good to be here.
And I know you are hoping that United spring of another surprise.
To be a big surprise. To be a big surprise. That's why it's on top now.
Okay, guys, see you next week. We don't want to start the same time. Cheers. Bye.
The demolition exercise being carried out in the Makoko community has left many residents displaced, distressed, and uncertain about their future, while they struggle with daily activities amid the rubble. The exercise has sparked widespread concern over its humanitarian impact on vulnerable residents. The Lagos state government says the demolition was carried out primarily on safety grounds, citing the dangers posed by illegal structures erected dangerously close to high-tension power lines. Paddling through the narrow waterways of Makoko, the sight is both unsettling and heartbreaking. The lagoon, discolored and littered with debris, reflects the grim reality now confronting many residents whose homes and livelihoods have been destroyed.
They're shooting gun this guy because it's that some people is dying. So children above 18, 20, women too is dying. They say that they will collect 100 meter. They will collect 200 meter.
from that way, see this banner here, from there to there, so that they will correct everything.
Government, please help us. We do not have anywhere to go. Please help us. We do not have anywhere to go.
Before Christmas, people in the Makoko community were living their normal, peaceful life until the Lagos state government, although gave them a notice beforehand that they were going to come and, demolish 20 meters from the power line here in the Makoko community. But on the said day, they demolished up to 50 meter and still went beyond 100 meter. And the people of the community say it is still subject to continue because right now they do not know their fate if the Lagos state government plans on demolishing every area here in the Egun community in Makoko, the riverine area. Now, the damage that has been done in this place has been enormous as the tear gas used in dispersing the residents of this community away from this riverine area so the demolition can go on had to make them make use of tear gas. The tear gas in turn caused a lot of damage as it killed lots of infants and a whole lot of people also lost their lives. You can see the damage done here in the community. It's been enormous. Now, the problem is, where will the people go from here? All the way from Makoko community where the Egun people are inhabited. In Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Across the community, faces marked by despair tell stories of shattered hopes and disrupted lives. Children, some barely old enough to understand the situation, have taken on adult responsibilities, manning canoes and ferrying people, and also salvaging belongings to safer areas. Naked toddlers sit helplessly staring at the wreckage that now defines their world. Middle-aged women continue to paddle their canoes, selling food in the midst of the chaos, struggling to earn a living and provide meals for their families, despite the uncertainty hanging over them.
So right now, we are in Makoko community. And so I'm one of the students in Makoko community. So due to the condition of everything that I've heard, so they say local government said they'll be taking 30 meters out of our listing community. So now they have gone a lot of places. So we can't even actually say it. But a lot of things has been happening whereby they have been shooting tear gas, killing of young peoples. Like even though our young brothers and sisters and our adults too, they have been dying. So we don't have any choice to do. So we don't actually have some what we can actually do. So the only thing I have to say is we need your help, your support, so that we can't be like we have been here since over years ago, and we have a lot of friends, a lot of people. So if we guys take us from here now, we don't know where we can go to, and we don't have anything, any plan to go.
Some school children and adult residents say the demolition process was traumatic. They alleged that excessive use of tear gas to disperse resistance at the scene led to injuries and, in some cases, fatalities, claims which authorities are yet to officially confirm. In response, the Lagos state government maintains that the exercise was not targeted at any particular group, but purely a safety-driven intervention. Officials say repeated warnings had been issued about the dangers of living and operating businesses close to high-tension electricity cables. Meanwhile, residents of the community, many of whom are said to be migrants from the Benin Republic, insist Makoko is their home. Several displaced persons say they identify as Nigerians and that they have no intention of returning to their country of origin, calling on the government to provide alternative accommodation, relief materials, and a humane resettlement plan. As the demolition continues, calls are growing from civil society groups and human rights advocates for the state government to balance safety concerns with compassion.
ensuring that displaced residents, especially women and children, are not left stranded without shelter, food, or protection.
I'm no longer going anywhere because of what is going on. I'm a teacher. I also do some small business, but because of a vision, I couldn't do. My house has been demolished. My shop has been demolished. Even the schools where I used to teach, some of them has also been demolished.
In a new development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who addressed journalists on Monday at Government House Ikeja, insisted that the action was necessary to prevent possible electrocution, fire outbreaks, and other life-threatening hazards.
Of what interest will it be for government to want to unduly demolish anybody? What interest? If it is not for the overall safety of these citizens that we're talking about. A lot of these people have built the shanties. I'm not talking about, poor and vulnerable people.
The governor, however, says his administration will look into the plight of the affected residents. Destiny Mama, Business Day Television News.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. And today we have somebody who is not just, the epitome when it comes to, real estate, but he's somebody who, when I see him, I'm starstruck. I told him I'm starstruck and he's like, okay. But seriously, when you meet him, you understand what I mean. So please don't go anywhere. Just stay tuned as we're about to jump in. How has, growing up in Nigeria, working in Europe and in America, how has it shaped you as a leader? What are the things you've learned growing up in this environment that helped shape you as a leader?
So yeah, great question. But you made an assumption that I'm already a leader. But, I believe leadership is a journey, and I'm at some point in that journey. You never really know where you are in the journey until you're either exiting or entering that journey. But I have, as you rightly point out, had the privilege of working in 4 continents actually. I've worked in Asia, I've worked in Europe, I've worked in America, and obviously our beloved Africa. And one thing that it has taught me tolerance, it has taught me adaptability, it has taught me that there are a lot of differences in the world, right? And the differences between people, between businesses, between culture, languages, currency, and something that works in one place may not work in another, right? And something that doesn't work in a place may work fantastically in others. So one has to, one has to figure out where they are, who they're dealing with, and adapt whoever you are and what you're doing to those guidelines. Yes, so that has helped me just deal with different people of different sorts and different types in different places.
So when you look at your current chapter with Landmark, where I look at your investments like Nikkei Lake, for example, Nikkei Lake Resort, what crossroads are you in now, professionally or personally? And when you look at all these things, what crossroads do you think you are at this point?
Yeah, another interesting question. I suppose, I like to talk about journeys. Yes. Because a lot of people talk about things in absolutes. When you're having a bad time, you're feeling very bad, and when you're having a good time, you're feeling elated. But I'm not like that. I believe everything's a journey. The good will follow the bad, and the bad will follow the good. You need to be ready to respond to both. What do they say? There's no such thing as bad weather, just inappropriate clothing. Yeah. So where am I now? I think in my 27-year journey in Landmark, every week, every month, every year has been a crossroad. we're continuously reinventing, we're continuously responding to what happens outside. You mentioned Nikkei Lake, so Nikkei Lake is one of a number of tourist attractions that we want to build across the West African coastline. It's a tremendous opportunity for us, and even though it's tough, we're exploring it with a lot of motivation and a lot of brightness. So it's another step in that journey.
Can you describe a moment when everything almost collapsed, whether financially or operationally, and what specifically helped pull you and Landmark through?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Because in this journey, there have been many moments, by the way. Many.
Which one, comes to mind? It doesn't. I know, of course, there are many, but there's one that when you think about it, that one, makes you like, okay,
I know you're going to push me, but let me sort of briefly touch on 3 or 4 that arouse my thoughts. So one was when I started Landmark. Obviously, I raised a lot of money from friends, family, and a lot of angels, by the way, and got in. It was in London. I got this office, hired people, started marketing and advertising, and then started sort of reshaping the business to fit what I was seeing from the potential clients, and it was very tough. And I'd come out from an extremely rewarding job. I was highly paid at the time, and I really enjoyed the job. So that was tough. I almost turned back. And so one thing it taught me is, don't start if you don't have the commitment and the conviction. And then what will help you continue is the consistency. So that was a very tough moment. So I can think of that. The second one happened in 2001, when we moved from Europe to America. The World Trade Center disaster, September 11th. So that was a moment where lives were lost, my business was disrupted, and there was no compensation of any sort. So I thought at the time, look, I could do 1 or 2 things. I could go back and get a job, but we decided to continue. So I made that move to Africa on the back of that. That's when we came. It took me 3 years to recover. We came into Africa in 2004. We set up more or less simultaneously in Lagos for the west, Nairobi for the east, Joburg for the south, and Cairo for the north, and then started infilling. The next time came in 2011 during the Libyan crisis. We just opened an office there for 2 multinationals, and we had taken a long lease on an old American embassy. When the war came, the embassy was bombed. And what was no longer the embassy but our office. We lost 7.5 million euros in that disaster, and we had borrowed to build that building. Again, that was a turning point. I thought, this is a time one could quit, right? And then I suppose most recently, was probably most publicly played out, is what happened with the infrastructure challenge with the coastal road on our beachfront. That was a tough one. It was a tough one for many reasons. The first is, a dream that we had progressed over the best of 18 years. Employed 3,500 to 4,000 people, and welcoming visitors from all over the world. So that was tough. But one thing I've learned in life is you can't change the cards you're dealt. You can only change the hand you play. Right? So you've got to roll with these unexpected events, and you've got to take them for what they are. It's life, right? No bitterness, no worry. Remain frightened and afraid. That's okay. It's okay to have feelings, but use that energy to create something bigger and better. So every time we've had these challenges, we've moved on. So those are the sort of 4 that come to mind. I'm sure there are many more, but if you asked me to pick one, I suppose the one I would pick would be the one at the beginning. Is when you just start a business.
When you just start a business.
It's the toughest time.
I think for me, when you just start a business, everybody has their own stories of the difficulties and the challenges. Speaking of all of that, was there ever a moment when you seriously considered walking away? What made you stay?
Yeah, so these 4 moments I just described, I considered walking away on all four, without a doubt. And there are many days I wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm done. I'm not doing this for money, right? So So it happens a lot. But you know what keeps you going, is just the promises, the hopes and aspirations of other people. Yeah. So the people you employ, the clients that come to you, the supply chain, the people who have played a big part in your life, right? Whether in business or in leisure, my family. So you do those things, and when you get to my age, right? You do things not necessarily for yourself. You do things for others. So what's kept me going is just the desire and the zeal to continue changing lives. Yeah.
I think for me that is what's the point of being a human being if what you're doing is not changing lives or impacting others. I think that's key.
No, absolutely. And everybody who's coming to the end of their life, the biggest things that they would think they've achieved is the impact on others. And nobody says, "I wish I bought a Rolls Royce," right? Right? Or "I wish I had a bigger house." Yeah, you always think about what impact have you had on others. Yeah.
Okay, so what's a belief you once held about business expansion or leadership that no longer serves you today?
Yeah, another really great question. So, I mean, the biggest belief I had, in life, when you're running a business, it's all about the people that you get, right, to work with you, because that's what changes businesses. You get good people, you have a great business. You get bad people, your business will never do well. It's really as simple as that, right? You can turn bad people into good, and good people do become bad, and that's what you do when they're there. But the big belief I had before was, if you hire people who on paper have the experience and the qualifications, they will come in and they will do the job they're paid to do and leave, right? And you will progress. So you design all these job descriptions, you have your strategy, you bring people in, you interview them. Over time, that belief just went away, right? You need to hire people who have talent, who have personality, who have conviction, who think like you, who have ethical and moral standards like you, and the rest you can teach. And those people will make you great. So I now focus not on experience or knowledge. I focus on personality. You get the right people, you can make ordinary people do absolutely extraordinary things. Yeah,
that's amazing. You've built across several continents and raised over $100 million. How did you adapt Landmark strategy to survive Nigeria's economic downturns, currency swings, or policy instability?
So I've talked about journeys, right? And this business is a journey, and you're going to go through tough times and you're going to go through good times, and there's that transition between the tough and the good and the good and the tough, right? And when you go through that transition, you have to understand and see. If I had a crystal ball, the one thing I would want to know is what's going to happen tomorrow, right? And then you'll always be successful. But one thing, we talked about you can change your hand you play, you can only change your cards if you're dealt. As long as you maintain that philosophy that the business terrain will continue to change, then you adapt to that. You adapt to that change. So I think when we talk about Nigeria's tough economic times, businesses have made a lot of money this time.
Very true.
They made a lot of impact, a lot of progress, and many have collapsed. We've seen a lot of foreign businesses literally just run away, right? And maybe not as many, but a few are coming in. So one has to figure out what is a tough time. I suppose the last 5 years has been very tough. So many unexpected things. You know what they say? There are no roses without thorns, right? So we had COVID in 2021, and that was a tough time, very unexpected. That's a black swan event. We had the foreign currency melee. It's just crazy. We borrowed $20 million 9 years ago. It was 3 billion naira at the time.
Well, now it's small.
Now, yes, you can imagine with the interest, it's 60 billion naira, right? You're paying it back from the same pot, right? From the same business. So these are tough times. Then there are things that happen either from a customer base or a regulatory base that change how you can run your business, right? And we've witnessed that several times. There are laws that change, and there are people that change, even within the business that you employ. So you have to adapt to those things. You have to be ready for those changes. They're going to always happen. The ones you know about and the ones you don't know about. And that's what we've done, and that's why a business is a journey. We've celebrated the times that it's worked for us, and we've mourned the times it hasn't. But we continue to be here, and long may that continue.
Amen. So
when the numbers look shaky or investors get nervous, how do you balance being the visionary with being the realist?
Yeah, really, really good question. So, I'm a big believer in numbers, by the way. If you can't count it, it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Yeah. So, I always try to be realistic. When I do plans and I think of things, I look at what's the worst case scenario, what's the best case scenario, and what's the ideal scenario, right? And I measure, and I think if my ideal scenario is cruising towards the best case scenario, I go for it. Okay. If it's cruising in the wrong direction to the worst case scenario, I rethink it. And as long as you have a belief in what you're doing is right, and you have that ability to change and adapt, that's a message you have to share with your stakeholders. And your investors are one of your stakeholders. If you do well, they do well. If you do badly, they do badly, right? Same thing with your staff. Same thing with your clients. So that message, I believe in full transparency. I mean, there are two words I use in my business a lot: transparency and authenticity. Yeah, you've got to be transparent and show people what you're doing. And you've got to be authentic. This is who you are, and this is what you want to be, and this is how you're going to get there. So it's a message I share all the time. 90% of times it works. There's an odd time you have cynics in front of you, and it is what it is. So sometimes you say time will tell.
Time
right?
Time will tell, but I don't know if that works all the time.
No, it doesn't. And you can be wrong, right? And it's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to fail, as long as you know how to bounce up and start again. Sure. You don't assume that every strategy you choose and every decision you take will be the right one.
No. Don't assume.
No, yeah. You got to just hope you get more right than wrong.
You hope you're right than wrong.
Yeah.
So if fear wasn't a factor, political, financial, or reputational, what bold business move would you make?
Well, I want to be clear here. Fear is always a factor.
Okay, so now we are saying if fear wasn't a factor, if you remove fear, and you are allowed to do, what bold business move would you make if fear was no longer a factor? So this is an assumption.
Yeah, I understand, and the reason why I said, look, fear is always a factor, but it doesn't really matter, because there's some people who avoid fear or pretend they don't have it. There's some people who manage it, and there's some people who just run through it. Fear is not something that should stop you from doing anything.
No.
Shouldn't even moderate your behavior. No. So I've made it clear I'm always afraid. I'm afraid when I get up in the morning and when I'm going to bed. I'm afraid the business will work and it will fail. I'm afraid that the people will do what they're meant to do or they won't do. I'm always afraid, but it doesn't moderate what I do. Right? I keep that fear at the back of the mind. I bottle it. I pack it up. And I figure out what's the best for the business. What are the bold moves we're going to make? And so I say all that, because hand on heart, I am doing what I would do with or without fear. With the things that have happened to us, I've said to myself, look, I'm afraid it will happen again. But what do I do? Stop? Not do anything? No, absolutely. You've got to just keep on going, right? So what bold moves would I do? The same thing I'm doing now, which is literally looking to expand what I feel are the best parts of our business, the hospitality, the tourism, the entertainment business across the West African seaboard. And, it's tough. We've been in Europe, we've been in America, we've been in Africa. We contracted. I sold my entire Africa business to concentrate on this business here in Lagos, right? And after that partial destruction, I've had to re-evaluate and say, what do I do now, right? So I'm living my dream, by the way. I'm happy with what I do. I'm happy with the experiences I've had. I have no bitterness and no overjoys. And I hope at the end of this journey, I can look back and say, you know what, we had a great time. Yeah.
Okay, so if the next 5 years of your life were written as a chapter titled Legacy, what would the story be about?
So I'll say 3 things.
Okay.
One is dare to dream. One thing I've done in my life is I've dared to dream, and I've had the conviction to execute those dreams. I'm happy to fail and try again, and I'm pleased when I succeed, and I analyze what went right. The second thing I would say is excellence.
Excellent.
Excellence is a scarce currency in this part of the world, right? There's not a lot of competition, not a lot of people do it, and when you do it, there's a premium for it. It's a currency. So I would like to be believed or seen or known as someone who has pursued excellence in every facet of what I've done. You don't always get there, but you aim for it. The third thing is resilience, right? And resilience is all about adaptability. You have to acknowledge that you're never in control of all the cards. You're not in control of everything you do. So there will be the unexpected that will happen. There will be the good and the bad that will come. Resilience is all about adapting to that and saying, you know what, despite the successes or failures, I'm going to continue, right? I'm going to believe in it. The one thing with, say, without conviction, you never start. Without consistency, you never finish. I remember reading something Michael Jordan said. And Michael Jordan, well, probably the most famous basketballer on planet Earth, right? He was thrown out of his high school basketball team for not just being good enough. And he practiced and practiced and practiced. And he said, you know, I have played 1,800 games. I have lost 300 games. I have had 26 times the opportunity to play the match-winning shot and failed. I have failed over and over and over again, but that's why I'm a success today, right? And there's just so many stories of resilience. And I think it's so important to dream, to be excellent, but very important to be resilient.
That's what this podcast is about. It's about speaking to business people who are resilient, who, despite economic challenges, they are able to.
And you've chosen me?
Well, we have like a list of business people, but you're one person that, for me, I've seen some of the things you're talking about, the whole Calabar Highway. I've listened to some of your interviews and everything. So I know to an extent that you're somebody who has been through a lot. Some of the stories I've not heard before until now. Some I've heard maybe in passing when you've spoken somewhere. And then, of course, I've watched a brief documentary where they're talking about you and your business and all of that. So I know you're one person who has somehow made it through, every, circumstance, situation you've been able to scale. So that's wonderful. So on a lighter note, I know we've been going hard and all of that, but on a lighter note, what's the one talent that you have that you've not really, because of how busy you are, you've not really brought it out for the world to say, oh, I'm good at playing something as silly as playing cards, or something as interesting as playing golf or polo or something, or something interesting that you do, talent that you have that you don't really talk about. Nobody has. When you say it, you're like, okay, we didn't know he was how can I
interesting, So, look, I'm a sports person, right? So I enjoy a lot of sports. I play and watch and immerse myself. Athletics, football, tennis, boxing, I do a lot, right? And over time I've done a lot of this over the period of time, but I wouldn't say I'm talented in any of them. I'm an architect by training, so I have some ability to draw and imagine and create, but I wouldn't say I'm really that talented. There are just so many people better than me, and I talk a lot about superpowers, and I say most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful. But very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and so you ignore what, so when you see musicians and artists and sports people who have found their superpowers at a very young age, that's why they're successful. I've gone through this entire journey of looking for my superpower and I can't find it, right? But if I was to think of a thing that I would call my talent or close to my superpower, and I would say that I feel I have a good gut, and I can see things coming. It sounds a bit mystic, right? But I usually, when people are talking to me, I sort of suss out very easily if there's an opportunity or a threat, right? I see things coming, but I also, I have certain principles, right? And these principles are habits, and those habits, I've explored them at least in the last 30 years of my life. And there are three things. One is networking. I network relentlessly, right? I believe that a lot of good things that have happened to me have come from the strength of weak ties, by going to places I wouldn't have been to and by talking to people I would never have met. So call it a talent or not, but I think I've gained a lot from it. The second thing is I explore my surface area for luck. So I expand that surface area for luck. And people say, luck is by chance. This defies the notion luck is by chance, by the way. I think the harder I work, the luckier I get. So I make sure that I put myself in a position where luck can manifest itself. So just understanding that, I would say it's a talent, but I'm talking about myself, so I couldn't say it. And the third thing, I've already mentioned it, is I think I have a good instinct for numbers. I strongly believe if you can't count it, it doesn't count, right? And I have so many stories about numbers and different people who have been incredibly successful in the world who have had that talent for numbers. And I would like, even if it's not my talent, I'd like it to be one of my talents. But yeah, so those three things are things that I've cultivated over time.
I think at this point we will wind up and round up. So this question I'd ask will be my last question for this podcast. So the question is, what's the one thing you wish someone had told you when you started building Landmark that might have saved you years of trial and error?
The fact that you think something is successful, the fact that it's going to be successful, the fact that you think that something is unique, the fact that you think it's a good idea, doesn't mean everybody thinks it is, right? And you're not selling to yourself. So the one thing that it would have taken me a lot shorter time to get to where we are is if you had said to me, don't sell what you can't buy, right? So the minute you believe in that, you make less mistakes in terms of marketing, molding your product, and selling that product. You do the things that the people want, because the market will teach you a lesson, and it has taught us lessons every time, all the time, right? So listen to the market, listen to the other people, and not just yourself, and just make sure that whatever you produce in life, right, you could buy it yourself.
And that is a good way to wrap this up with a lesson on people who are interested in real estate or just business generally. From what you've said now, people can actually learn a lot. And I think for me, that is the focus. For me, becoming a journalist was about helping people make informed decisions. So when we talk to people like yourself who have these experiences, we help share the knowledge with others who might not easily have access to you or can learn a lot from it. I think for me, I think I count myself as privileged to even be sitting next to you. So it's great. So on that note, thank you for coming on this episode. I'm hoping that we'll, have other things that we'll do together, with Landmark, and see how we can help push this dream even further. On that note, we come to the end of Triumph Against Odds. I'm your host, as always, Obiliko Kafo, and like we say here, keep being resilient, never give up. Thank you.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you
the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is the Business Day TV news updates, reaching you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Zenith Bank cleared by Kenya's competition authority. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Kenya's Competition Authority has approved Zenith Bank PLC's proposed acquisition of Paramount Bank Limited, clearing a major regulatory hurdle for the Nigerian lenders' entry into East Africa's largest financial market. The authority says approval is conditional on Zenith retaining all 78 Paramount Bank employees for at least 12 months after completion, adding the transaction poses no competition risk. Paramount Bank is a Tier 3 lender ranked 33rd out of 39 banks in December 2024, with a bank assurance arm and investment banking subsidiary, while Ravery Bank retained more than 99.8% market share. Zenith says the deal fits its expansion strategy, backed by a 614 billion naira capital raise, though final completion still requires approval from the Kenyan and Nigerian regulators. And moving on, the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, has announced the termination of its credit rating relationship with Fitch Ratings following what it described as a comprehensive review of the partnership. In a statement released on Friday, the bank said Fitch credit assessments no longer adequately reflect its establishment agreement, mission, and mandate, prompting the decision to end the relationship. Afreximbank stressed that its business fundamentals remain strong, citing solid shareholder support and the legal protections embedded in agreement signed and ratified by its member state, which continue to underpin confidence in the institution. The move comes as Africa pushes to establish its own credit rating agency, AFCRA, expected to issue its first sovereign ratings by late 2025 or early 2026, amid long-standing complaints that global agencies inflate perceived risk and borrowing costs across the continent. And still on, the World Bank has approved $50 million to expand solar-powered agricultural solutions across Nigeria and 5 other African countries, aiming to boost productivity, cut post-harvest losses, and widen access to clean energy. The funding will support solar power cold rooms, refrigerations, water pumps, and green mills in Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Sierra Leone, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, while implementation will be led by CLAPS, a Washington-based non-profit focused on clean energy access. The initiative has attracted backing from partners, including the Rockefeller Foundation, which has already committed $12 million and signaled that further funding could follow, with the financing being channeled through the Productive Use Financing Facility under Mission 300, a World Bank Africa Development Bank program targeting electricity access for 300 million Africans by 2030. Supporters say scaling solar power infrastructure could significantly improve food security, farmer income, and rural livelihoods. Coming up, federal government signs Enugu Airport's concession agreement.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back to the news update. Still on the Nigerian scene, Nigeria's federal government has signed a concession agreement for the Akano Ibiam International Airport in Enugu, marking a key step in plans to modernize aviation infrastructure through public-private partnerships. The agreement was signed on Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 in Abuja by the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo, alongside Enugu state officials and representatives of Aero Alliance, the Conseil. Keyamo said the deal follows years of negotiations and received Federal Executive Council approval in July 2025, stressing that no airport workers were retrenched and employment terms remain unchanged on the fan. The minister added that while the core concession is complete, Issues around security charges and the airport's financial model will be resolved in coming weeks as the government positioned the Enugu Airport for efficiency, private investment, and improved passenger experience nationwide. Away from that story, Nestle Nigeria says it has achieved 100% plastic neutrality, meaning it now takes back every ton of plastic it puts into the Nigerian market, marking a major milestone in its sustainability drive. The company says the achievement was made possible through the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, Nigeria's first producer responsibility organization, set up in 2018 under the Extended Producer Responsibility Policy. Nestle Nigeria Corporate Communication, Public Affairs and Sustainability Lead Victoria Uwadoka disclosed that Nestle now uses 50% recycled PET in its Nestle Pure Life water bottle in line with food-grade packaging standards. Since 2018, FBRA and Nestle Nigeria have recovered over 100,000 metric tons of plastic waste, helping to clean communities, empower waste collectors, and support Nigeria's growing circular economy. And also, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, says Nigeria's sustained monetary tightening has been responsible for up to 10 percentage points of the recent decline in headline inflation, providing strong evidence that the central bank's policies are working. Cardoso says research showed the CBN's tight instance played a decisive role in slowing price growth as headline inflation fell to 16.05% in October 2025, down from 18.02% in September and 24.8% in January, with improvement recorded. The CBN governor also reviewed that investor confidence and business sentiment have strengthened, but warned the risk remained from global uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and the approach of the 2026 political cycle. To prevent a reversal of gains, Cardoso said the MPC agreed to maintain a tight policy stance, retain the monetary policy rate at 27%, keep the cash reserve ratio at 45% for banks, and hold the liquidity ratio at 30%. And so in the local news, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry has urged the federal government to urgently set to verify 2024 capital project liabilities, warning that delayed payments are pushing indigenous contractors deeper into financial distress. LCCI President Leye Kupolui said 1.7 trillion Naira earmarked for contractor payments in the 2026 budget is a formal admission of persistent payment delays, noting the sustained fiscal discipline and timely cash backing are critical to accelerating infrastructure delivery. Kupolui also called for urgent action to tame inflation and commended the relative stability of the Naira in 2025, which strengthened by 6.52% at the official market. Reviewing the 2026 budget, Kupolui described it as a chance for economic consolidation, but warned that 15.52 trillion naira in debt servicing remains a heavy burden and urged stricter borrowing discipline. And coming up, South African brand AirJob as traders eye interest rates decision. This and more after this commercial break.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard. but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the Africa scene, where South Africa's rand strengthened slightly in early trade as investors positioned ahead of the country's central bank interest rate decision scheduled for next week. The currency was trading at 16.11 to the dollar, about 0.1% stronger than its previous close. And this would be the second policy meeting since the inflation target was officially lowered to 3% from the previous 3 to 6% range, signaling a more aggressive stance on price stability. Recent data showed headline inflation rose to 3.6% in December, up slightly from 3.5% in November, in line with expectations. Investex chief economist Annabelle Bishop said the central bank remains focused on anchoring inflation at the new 3% target over the medium term, creating room for a more stable and lower interest rate environment. And also, Ghana cedi is expected to weaken further against the US dollar in the coming week as strong corporate demand for foreign currency continues to pressure the local unit. According to reports, the cedi was trading at 10.85 to the dollar, down from 10.78 a week earlier. The decline reflects sustained demand from businesses, particularly in the energy, construction, and commercial sectors, which rely heavily on foreign exchange for import. Market sources say the central bank's recent dollar auction have only met a fraction of market demand, leaving a backlog of orders in the interbank market. Traders now believe the Bank of Ghana may need to increase the volume of dollars sold at its auctions to ease pressure on the cedi and restore confidence in the foreign exchange market. We now head to the foreign scene where TikTok says it has struck a deal allowing the short video app to continue operating in the United States, ending a years-long standoff between Washington and Beijing over the national security concerns. Under the agreement, TikTok's powerful recommendation algorithm has been licensed to new American owners and will be trained only on U.S. user data housed within Oracle's U.S. cloud system. A new entity, TikTok USDS joint venture, will run the business with a majority American board, while ByteDance retains a minority stake of just under 20%. President Donald Trump welcomed the deal, saying he was happy to have helped save TikTok, while experts warned the changes could alter how the app works for its 200 million US users. And still on, President Donald Trump has filed a $5 billion lawsuit against JP Morgan Chase and its chief executive, Jamie Dimon, accusing the bank of closing its accounts for political reasons after the January 6th Capitol riot. The suit, filed in Florida, claims Trump and his businesses suffered financial and reputational damage when accounts were shut in 2021, arguing the move amounted to political discrimination banned under state law. JP Morgan rejects the claims, says it does not close accounts for political or religious reasons, but because of legal and regulatory risk. The case marks the latest clash between Trump and Dimon, as the banking remains a key issue for the president amid wider scrutiny of banks' customer practices. And we begin the sport news after this break.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under petroleum mining leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways, through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan communities are enjoying college in Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering
Welcome back. And now to the sport news. Chelsea have beaten other competitors in the transfer of Nigerian eligible talented 17-year-old fullback Issa Alao. Alao, who is Nigerian heritage, rejoined the Blues from Sheffield Wednesday as Chelsea secured his move, beating out 3 other Premier League teams in the process. And according to reports, the transfer is set to involve an upfront fee of more than £500,000, with extra payment tied to performance that are part of the deal. Alao has been a key player at Sheffield Wednesday, moving up through the club's academy since he first joined at the age of 7. And to end the news, Manchester United are keen to resume talks with midfielder Kobe Mino over a new contract that would bring him in line with his fellow senior squad members. Mino's current contract expires in 2027, while there is an option to extend by a further year. According to reports, there have been no discussions yet, while it remains to be seen how open Mino is to signing a new deal, given his well-publicized desire to leave United on loan last summer. Mino has now started a single Premier League game this season under Ruben Amorim and was hoping to secure a loan move during the current transfer window. Interim boss Darren Fletcher started the 20-year-old in the FA Cup third-round defeat by Brighton earlier this month, and Mino kept his place for Michael Carrick's first game in charge as United beat City convincingly in last weekend's Manchester derby. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV news updates this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good afternoon. You're welcome to Behind the Headline, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. We move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what could come next. I am Deborah Eze. Our conversation we are centering on this afternoon is From Stability to Growth, Okonjo-Iweala rallies federal government on jobs and investment. Do stay with us as we go behind the headlines. Welcome back. Nigeria's economic conversation may be shifting from stabilizing the economy to driving real growth. WTO Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is urging the federal government to move faster on job creation and investment-led reforms. With inflation pressures, a fragile naira, and millions of young Nigerians seeking work, our message is clear. Stability alone is not enough. So what does growth look like in practical terms, and what must government do differently? Joining us to have this conversation is Wasiu Ali. He is a financial analyst. Good to have you, Wasiu. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm very well, Wasiu. All right, let's go straight into it. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala says Nigeria must move from stability to growth. So in simple terms, what does that shift actually mean for the average Nigerian?
I think what that means is that Nigeria has embarked on some sweeping reforms 2-3 years ago, and those reforms are now stabilizing the economy. We've seen annual growth, picking up about 3.98% in the third quarter of last year. We've seen inflation now stabilizing. There was a revision of the CPI, which brought inflation to about 15.15%. We've seen the Naira firming, recording about 7% gain. The highest in about 13 years. So all of these macro indicators are tilting towards stabilization. But again, stabilization is not enough. We need investments. We need particularly foreign direct investment, because that is what that can engineer growth and create jobs. So, what the WTO DG is saying basically is that now we have gone past the phase of reforms. We need jobs, because if you look at the number of people that are unemployed, Nigeria still have about 4% unemployment rates based on the revised methodology. Obviously, if you look beyond that number, you realize that the number of people that are unemployed, if you look around, are really, really, really huge. The numbers are crazy. Are massive, because you look at the number of people that are unemployed, you look at the number of people that are underemployed, and you look at those numbers, you realize that the figure of 4% might not truly reflect what the unemployment numbers are. But of course, we are now moving towards that phase where investment matters most now. And I think I quickly need to chip this in. Nigeria is currently at the World Economic Forum in Davos, where they are pitching this reform story to investors. Prior to this time, many of the reasons why investors are running away or are fleeing off Nigeria was because of the unpredictability in terms of the macros and the inability to repatriate capital, haven't done business here. Those are the major reasons, the unpredictability of policies. But now we have policy frameworks that are aligning, and we can see that they are all pitching that Nigeria is ready for business at Davos, and I think that also would translate to investment outcomes later this year.
All right. She actually places strong emphasis on job creation from the article that you wrote. So, which sector realistically have the capacity to absorb Nigeria's growing youth population in the short to medium term?
Many times we've discussed the role of manufacturing in providing large-scale employment, right? Because Dr. Okunjo-Iweala specifically mentioned areas of textiles, areas around fashion, areas around but all of these areas are particularly industries, manufacturing. So, one of the constraints, the biggest constraint to manufacturing now is power. So, if we are pitching investments, we are pitching investors to come to our country, and I think one of the basic things we need to fix right is power, because if the power is right, manufacturers will employ more, because and if manufacturers are employing more, then you have lower unemployment rates. And then if local manufacturers are doing so well, international investors will be willing to come into the country. And of course, that will provide large-scale employment. Of course, another area of focus will be agriculture, because if you look at the value chain of agriculture in Nigeria, we realize that all through the value chains of agriculture has potential of creating enormous job. Look at logistics, because when you have your farm, you have to transport your produce, across your various destinations. For instance, if you look at the food growing regions in Benue, in the northern part of the country, they will need transport they will need to transport those products back to Lagos, to Ogun State, and the rest of the places. So logistic is there. You have other subsectors that will benefit from agriculture as well. So manufacturing and agriculture plays a very big role in scaling employment in Nigeria, and I think that's what the government needs to be watching right now.
All right, so there's concern that economic reforms are deepening hardship in the short term. So how do you think the government can balance this?
Well, I think there's no country in the world where such scale of reforms as these are underway that won't lead to hardship in the short term. According to the World Bank, I don't know if you are aware, reforms like this, they say practically that Nigeria will need to stay the course of these reforms for the next decade or 15 years, for us to begin to see tangible results of it. Obviously, there are results already, but for it to trickle down to the ordinary Nigerians, it will take minimum of a decade for us to see that. However, some of the ways the government could handle these reforms to ensure that people don't get trapped and hammered by cost of living crisis is to ensure that there is enough social protection for the most vulnerable. I believe that there are efforts in that area already, but I think they need to intensify it. And of course, some of what they can do as well is to ensure that they are attracting more investors. I must tell you that in the past, investors are always conscious of coming to Nigeria. And now we have a global reordering, meaning that investors are now looking towards emerging markets like Nigeria, like India, like South Africa, like Kenya, etc., coming into these countries to see areas where they can invest. So I think now is the best time for Nigeria to sing very loudly its reform agenda, and of course, in practical terms, make sure that they pitch to investors what regulatory frameworks, what legal frameworks that have been overhauled to ensure that businesses come in here, they do their businesses peacefully, if they are going, they can repatriate their capital. And of course, if these are done, we realize that there will be jobs, and if there are jobs, if people are employed, they will be paid. And of course, before we know it, the economic pressures will begin to wane. Currently, inflation is at its lowest in about 3 or 4 years. So meaning that the reforms are, bearing fruit. But the pace at which the reforms were taken were very, very quick and fast. So it hits us, very, very differently. And I think in the next couple of years, we'll begin to see those pressures, those economic pressures beginning to wane in the next couple of years. But for now, I think what the government could do is to ensure that there's a lot of jobs created within the short term, so that unemployment levels will reduce, and of course, consumer spending will increase. Yeah.
So what role should the private sector be playing at this stage? And is the government creating the right environment for businesses to scale and also hire?
I think basically private sector is the engine of any country or any economy. The government cannot do it alone. And I think 3 or 4. If you look at the CBN survey that was done in December, the CBN identified about 4 or 5 constraints for businesses right now. And top of it is multiple taxes, overtaxation, Another is insecurity. Another is power, electricity. Another is high interest rates and the likes of them. So if you look at about these four that I've mentioned, they are still they are still happening. Though for taxation now, we have a new tax laws that is set to, cut off all of those multiple taxations. But the problem that has now for private sector is that unless the new tax reforms are domesticated in the states, I don't see multiple taxation ending soon, right? Because if you look at small businesses around, they are still being harassed. Local government will come to get its own share, and all of that, etc. So you have multiple taxation still, still in the play. Then insecurity, still there, especially in the northern part of the country. And now coming to this southwest now, insecurity is also ravaging in some states. So that's still there. So I think, and then interest rates, I mean, there's a great connection between interest rates and inflation, right? So the more inflation continues its downward trend, the more the willingness of the monetary authorities to cut benchmark interest rates and ensure credit goes into the private sector, and that in turn boosts growth. So I think the private sector are getting. I mean, maybe there are still hurdles here and there, but I think things are getting clearer in terms of where the direction of the economy is going. So I think the private sector, sooner or later, this year, there are possibilities that the monetary policies will cut benchmark interest rates. And if that happens, that means that there will be more credit to the private sector and they will be willing to expand. So being optimistically now, I think the private sector will have their best year this year.
Finally, Wasiu, if Nigeria gets this transition right, what should success look like in the next 5 years and in jobs? Now, this success in jobs, in incomes, and investor confidence, what do you think it's going to look like?
I think let me pick it from the last part, investor confidence. I will tell you for free that based on data, investor confidence is already there. I think it's just to up it. One of the key ways that you know that investors are already having interest in your country is the rate at which you have participation in the millionaire. That's the highest it has been on record. So that means that there's an improvement in sentiment. The same thing, foreign portfolio investors are coming, though people might argue that they are here for carry trade, for profiting, and because of the yield, because of the the economic environment which allows them to have higher returns. Yes, but of course it still means one thing: the economy is getting there, and they are noticing. So after we have foreign portfolio investors, we have foreign direct investors. Those are the multinationals that come to your country to establish themselves. We are still going to get there. I think one of the biggest constraints for us now is insecurity and the perception that is out there that Nigeria is, there's a lot of insecurity in the country, right? So investor confidence is already ticking up, and I think we're going to get there. Now, for jobs, I think I've mentioned it. We need to upskill manufacturing. Manufacturing has the thinnest, one of the thinnest parts of our GDP, less than 2% of our GDP. The contribution of manufacturing is less than, and that is very, very abysmal. For a country that has a huge population of over 230 million people, manufacturing should be our central hub, should be our biggest contributor to GDP. Because what that means is that the economy is functioning at the optimal level, right? So I think that I think we need to do better in that regard. And one of the constraints really is power. and high interest rates. Because if interest rate is high, businesses cannot borrow at a very reasonable level. We have 27% NPR in Nigeria. So if the benchmark rate is 27%, you can bet with me that banks will be lending at about 30-35%, and that is very, very, very high. Businesses can survive in that kind of with that kind of rates. So success story in the next 5 years will be Nigeria creating millions of employment and lifting millions of people out of poverty. We are 1.3 million multidimensionally poor people. According to World Bank, poverty now is about roughly 66% of the population are poor. That's big numbers. So I think success story in the next 5 years will be reducing materially the poverty level and improving significantly employment level. And I think with that, stability will be, we'll move from stability to consolidating the gains of these reforms.
Thank you so much, Wasiu. Thank you for your time on Behind the Headlines.
Thank you. Yeah.
And of course, the conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpacked what the development means going forward. And as the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us next time on Behind the Headlines.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.